second fully timed run of the day is go. This is going to absolutely obliterate the time set by Arrival Racing, and Acronis SIT Autonomous crossed the line a full minute quicker than Arrival Racing's clear time. That is astonishing stuff.
Thank you, guys. Well done. One improvement on yesterday. That's like from 0 to hero.
Jasmina, how are you today?
Today we want to get 10 points, and yeah, we are there to compete, of course.
This final lap, I think, is going to be the fastest that we've seen so far. 2 minutes 9 on the final lap. That is seriously impressive stuff.
So Team ARG off the mark then, Rich, really pleased for them actually.
14 Pisa, it's a 6 minutes 50.640. That is the fastest clear time we've had today.
Federico, fourth by the finest of margins.
And as it breaks the timing beam now, it's a 6:55.447. And with fewer obstacles in there, I think that might be enough to put them into third position.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your support. Thanks, guys. Couldn't have done it without you.
I am going to try and stir the pot here a little bit because we were speaking to MIT just before you, and they said you guys suck.
Well, they didn't do very well yesterday, so
I'm only kidding, Jimmy.
Final time they're about to come in. Anything under 7 minutes could give them third place, and I think it will be. It's 6 minutes 50, and the final lap was a 2 minutes 8.
So firstly, I'm going to confirm that you finished third there with the quickest time out of all 6 teams today. And let me tell you, 3/100th of a second over your American rivals, MIT Driverless. How does that sound?
that's always good to hear.
So much of it comes down to the humans that stand behind the robots and come up with the strategy and do the hard work and develop the code, and you guys fully deserve this. The first season beta trophy that I'm presenting to you virtually. I don't know if I email this to you or how I get it to you, but congratulations.
This event is a huge milestone, for sure. We saw all 6 teams go out and set competitive times against each other. We saw them deploying different strategies. We saw their ADS working in slightly different ways. We saw the metaverse working properly. You know, as a producer watching our commentator, Andy McEwen, who does the British GTs, I mean, he's a proper racing commentator, and I could feel and hear his excitement building through each of the teams going out. And it's like, it's because the competition is real, you know, there starts to be fractions of a second in it. This is season beta, right? This is supposed to be a development series, but these teams are not, I mean, they're developing, but they're not like, oh, well, this is just a demo of when we actually go properly racing. I mean, they're racing right now. We should take it for the win that it is. But then the last interview we did with Alexi at the end of the day, he was saying, well, we're looking forward to going wheel-to-wheel racing as soon as possible. So the teams aren't letting us sit back and have a moment to relax and congratulate ourselves. So, you know, technology is marching all the time, and we'll be there with it.
Hey guys, welcome along to round 3 of Roborace's Season Beta Championship. So glad you could join us. I'm Matt Roberts, and as always, my co-host today is Rachel Stringer. How's it going, Rach?
Hey Matt, yeah, I'm really good, thank you. It's great to be back, isn't it? And I want to just say a big welcome back to anyone who has been following this series, or a big welcome to anyone who is just joining us on this journey. You are now part of the only all-electric, fully autonomous racing series on the planet. So let me tell you, you're in for a bit of a treat.
Yeah, and anybody who joined us at Thruxton will know that as well. It was a real taster of things to come. This week, we're staying in the UK, but we're at a different circuit. We're at Bedford Autodrome's North Circuit, where 6 teams will shortly be downloading their autonomous driver into one of our state-of-the-art race cars and squaring off to see not only who is the fastest, but ultimately, Rach, who's the smartest.
Yeah, it's a complete mixture, isn't it, of those two elements? And that's because season beta includes the metaverse. And if you have been following, you'll know exactly what this is. But if you are new to the competition, it's an augmented reality program. So think, I guess, Mario Kart on a computer game where we can drop items onto the track that the AI drivers have to react to in real time. Okay, so it's pretty exciting. And these are either virtual walls that if they hit, they'll receive a time penalty, so they add seconds to their lap, or bonuses, objects which they can collect that take seconds off their lap. So they want to get as many objects as possible and avoid all those virtual walls.
Yeah, collectibles and obstacles. That's what it's all about. That's the name of the game here. And we learned so much about that last time out at Thruxton, but none more so than the teams, Rach. Some of them learned the hard way, I think.
Yeah, I mean, some of the teams did seem to, I guess, disregard elements of the metaverse. Let's just say that. Either because their ADS systems couldn't particularly see them, or they gambled that driving through the penalties would actually equal out over a fast lap. So either way, I guess their final accumulated time wasn't enough to win that round.
Yeah, hindsight, of course, is a wonderful thing, and the teams will take a lot into these rounds 3 and 4 in Bedford, that's for sure. Hindsight, as I said, it's a wonderful thing. Everybody would like to have it in sport. But on the day, it was a rival racing who demonstrated the best strategy at Thruxton, slowing right down when necessary and making sure to collect every bonus and avoid every wall. And they were rewarded handsomely with, in the end, what was quite a comfortable victory, really, Rach, in rounds 1 and 2.
Yeah, it was great to hear from them after as well. Rival racing, that was. But the first 2 races were pretty eventful, and I don't think that means robots are going to be taking over the world anytime soon. I shouldn't really be saying that on Roborace, but I just said it. Not if round 1 was anything to go by, that was.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair to say it was a troubled start, but things usually are, aren't they, with new tech. Some of the teams were disqualified for sliding off track. A few of them just stopped dead in the middle of their run. But the most bizarre and probably the most viewed, I think, on the internet since then, and we shouldn't laugh about it really, Rach. It was a bit of a disaster though, wasn't it, for Acronis SIT?
I mean, you said bizarre. We're still not entirely sure what happened. It was more shocking, I think, for all of us involved. We were there ready and waiting and watching SIT. They were on the start line, on the grid, and they looked like they had the speed, didn't they? But they had the speed in the wrong direction. Check this out. Absolute disaster, isn't it, for the team?
Clearly something has malfunctioned in quite a big way there. Some more exciting scenes now as Acronis SIT Autonomous prepare to complete their first meaningful lap. So a very warm welcome to Ilya Shimchik, the team principal of Acronis SIT. Can you tell us how you're feeling? Is it nervous right now?
Yeah, we're nervous and we expect to see what we can do.
Driver getting out, guys. I don't think we're too far away from getting the second run of the day underway.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh no, and the start has not gone to plan.
What happened? What do you know what went wrong yet?
I don't know what it was. So we need to investigate and we need to understand.
Definitely an iconic moment in Roborace history, that, wasn't it? It went viral. I mean, there was lots of LOLs and LMAOs, I think you call them, on social media, and a lot of smug comments as well from traditional motorsport enthusiasts. I mean, I know my timelines were awash with that, but maybe they forget, Rich, that this is what motorsport is supposed to be all about. It's about pushing the limits. It's about preparing for the unexpected and dealing with the unexpected when it happens as well. And well, I don't think you could have got much more unexpected than that.
Yeah, you mentioned it, didn't you? The chat went off on Twitch, which is where we're going to get all the new kind of motorsport fans joining in and watching us from. And you said it there, went viral. I think we were trending, weren't we, on Twitter as well? But I did think our team back at base were a bit harsh, replaying that crash like over and over and over again there. But anyway, that was round 1. The crash happened for SIT, was disastrous. I think we were all really worried, weren't we, Matt, about whether or not they could get back out on track in just 1 day's time, because there was £70,000 worth of damage there, but in the end they made it happen, didn't they?
Yeah, well, not mechanically, of course, but they were able to put their AI into the Roborace car that all the other teams were using as well, because thankfully, the one that they crashed, or thankfully for Roborace, maybe it was their own car, so they had to foot the bill for that. And against all odds, they managed to get back out, as you said, on track for round 2, and they came out fighting as well, as we can see, Rach, from the championship table after those 2 events with Truxton.
So you can see there then, there's 500 championship points on offer if the team just makes it onto the grid. It's not a completely easy thing to do in autonomous racing, but if you do that, 500 points is what you get, nothing to be sniffed at. And then a round win, as you can see, is worth 300 points. Second place, you get 200 points, and then kind of stops. Not really sure why, Matt, but it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, points for the top 2 positions. As you can see, Arrival Racing out in front after 2 rounds on 1,600 in total. Acronis SIT second on 1,200. And then the other teams, ARG, CMU, MIT and Pisa, all on an identical 1,000 points for making it out onto the grid in both of those rounds.
I just love basically how generous we are. We're just giving lots of points away. You can thank us all later, can't you?
Yeah, it's a bit like school sports day nowadays, isn't it? Where nobody loses, all the kids get a gold medal at the end just for taking part. But as you said, it's not easy to make it out onto the grid in the first place. And the good thing is, of course, for us, in terms of the championship panorama, there's not much between first and sixth place as it stands after 2 rounds, going into round 3 and 4, of course, this weekend.
Yeah, Matt, I think maybe they should give us a point just for being here as well. Maybe we get like 5 points apiece just for sitting and hosting. I don't know, we could ask the team and see what they think. But anyway, the countdown clock, that should start really soon. And that'll be the time left before ARG hit the circuit and kick off today's racing. Cannot wait for that.
Yeah, not long to go now. So let's quickly run you through the 6 competing teams.
First up from Graz in Austria, Team ARG, who took themselves out in round 1, managing 5th in round 2, but only 2 seconds off 3rd place. From Switzerland, Acronis SIT came back from that shocking crash in round 1 to take 2nd place in round 2. University of Pisa slid off track in round 1, disqualifying themselves, but put in a strong showing in round 2, finishing just 3 seconds off 3rd place. Arrival Racing are our current championship leaders, winning both round 1 and 2. Let's see if they can stay ahead of an improving pack. Carnegie Mellon University from the US took 2nd place in round 1, the only other team to finish that round, and 3rd place in round 2. Also from the US, MIT Driverless. They had a tough start to round 1, but crossed the line in 4th place for round 2.
Well, there's some serious talent in each of those teams, and they've been making huge strides already in this season beta. When we look back to rounds 1 and 2, even in just the space of 24 hours, we saw the results out on track. It's now been a month since then, so I'm really interested to see how today plays out. So let's get on with it. Here's a handy guide to today's track, the Bedford Autodrome's North Circuit.
The historic market town of Bedford, 20 miles east of Northampton, is home to the Bedford Autodrome, a cutting-edge facility that holds not 1, but 4 incredible racetracks within its perimeter. For both rounds 3 and 4 of season beta, the automated driving system will be fighting it out on the challenging North Circuit, a layout that will test the team's path planning to the max. Once engaged, the DevBots will accelerate hard toward the first corner. A good line swings out wide to the right, hard on the brakes, before apexing the left-hand corner. Next up is the hairpin, and the tightest corner on track. The ADS will need to perfectly balance its speed, braking, and weight transfer to ensure it holds the correct line. The next right-hander is a double apex, requiring precision from the ADS, made harder by a nasty bump in the middle that will threaten to unsettle the car every lap. Two left-handers arrive in quick succession, tempting the teams to gather extra speed and ensure they cross the line with maximum velocity. Bedford claims to be the safest circuit in the UK, but they've not hosted a Roborace before, and we know from experience that the teams will push the cars beyond the limit.
Well, another exotic-looking circuit we find ourselves at this time round. I'm joking. Anyway, we're only a few moments away now from our first team hitting the Bedford circuit. So let's find out a bit more about them. It's Team ARG.
Following a spectacular season alpha, Team Autonomous Racing Graz returned to the Roborace Championship for season beta. They proved themselves one of the top-tier competitors during the 2019 championship, setting very fast times at multiple racetracks and demonstrating how to achieve the best from a DevBot, regardless of wet weather or difficult conditions. With a top team and lightning-quick AI driver, Team ARG are definite favorites going into the 2020 season.
Well, we're joined now by Yasmina Zubaka from Team ARG. Not long until you run now, Yasmina. Thanks for joining us. First things first, what lessons did you take away from rounds 1 and 2 back at Thruxton?
So back in previous event, we had some difficulties on the racetrack with the obstacles appearing. As you can know, we had some kind of flickering of the objects, and therefore cars stopped on our event 1.1. So these last few weeks, we were working hard to, let's say, do the dynamic planning now. So now we are ready, and hope everything will go good.
What exactly have you changed then? I believe you've got some new software, some new AI for us this week.
Yeah, exactly. So we have added plenty new things, let's say. First, for the flickering of the objects, we have solved that by, let's say, buffering the obstacles or the informations about the objects that we are getting over the V2X communication. And there, if the object is not appearing 5 times in a row, we don't consider it that it's there. And with that, we have avoided the flickering while we are driving, so the car is not stopping anymore, fortunately. And the second thing, we have improved our, let's say, dynamic planning overall. So we changed our velocity profile. Before it was quite noisy and peaky, and it was, let's say, quite hard for the car to drive because it had a really big peaks. But now we have filtered and smoothed those kinds of peaks. So now everything looks good. Last week on the testing days, we checked the signals and they looked smooth and filtered, of course. And the guys from Roborace were quite satisfied with those things.
Okay, so how do you feel about today then? What's going to be the plan for your first run? Are you going to run with the test driver in the car, or are you just confident that everything's going to work straight away?
So problem last week is that we haven't been prepared the dynamic planning yet, so it was not finished. So therefore we didn't have a chance to check the avoiding of the obstacles, but we checked all other things and they looked quite good. So these days we were working on the dynamic planning, so the finishing of it, and we finished it. And today we will drive with our software, so totally our software, and let's see how the car behaves. So we didn't have any time to, let's say, test the dynamic planning. We have tested in the simulator, so on the sill and hill. That works quite good. And yeah, the car wasn't stopping for 6 laps. But you know, the thing in the real world, the things can go wrong. But we hope that everything...
Yeah, well, we saw how things can go wrong, didn't we, at Thruxton? Hopefully nothing goes wrong for you guys today, Yasmin. I wish you the best of luck. Looking forward to seeing what you bring to the party today.
Yeah, thank you guys. So hope we'll be good.
We'll talk to you soon. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
So Team ARG have been working hard then since Thruxton. The moment of truth is upon us as they get ready to head out onto the track with that new software that they've been working around the clock to develop. Let's bring in our race commentator now, Andy McEwen. Andy, great to have you alongside us again today. Looking forward to the racing on track. What did you make of rounds 1 and 2, first of all, Andy?
Yeah, well, there was a lot to unpack, wasn't there, after the 2 days at Thruxton? 2 very different days, really, weren't they? Day 1 was a story of endless problems, it seems. Only 2 teams managed to complete their runs. Everyone else seemed to run into some sort of drama. But then the second day, everything went almost as well as it could do. Okay, some of the teams maybe hadn't quite wrapped their head around the metaverse just yet, but they all got out there, all completed their 3 laps, and we had some really close competition. The times were a lot tighter than I expected them to be. So, yeah, hopefully more of the same today.
We're at Bedford then today, Andy. What do you know about this circuit, and I guess what challenges will it throw up for our teams?
Well, it's equally as glamorous as Thruxton. Make of that what you will. It's an interesting place, isn't it, Ben? But completely different circuit. It's a lot tighter, a lot lower average speed, and that's going to certainly affect the dynamic and the strategies of the teams coming into today. It's not actually used for racing. It's one of the few racetracks or few circuits in the country that isn't actually able to host competitive racing. Designed by Jonathan Palmer, former Formula One racer, about 15 years ago or so, and it is designed exclusively for sort of track days and driving experiences. So we're going to make a bit of history actually this weekend. This will be possibly the first ever competitive event that's taken place on the circuit. We're on the north layout this weekend, which is one of the shorter layouts of the circuit here. Over 5 miles of circuit actually at Bedford that is available to be used. We're using a very small part of that today. And it's got a bit of everything. It's got some long straights, got some hairpins, some chicanes as well, where the change of direction is quite important. So yeah, very different challenge to Thruxton. But that's what Season Beta is all about, isn't it? We're throwing everything we can think of as these teams. We've had a high-speed circuit at Thruxton, and now a very different challenge this week.
Andy,
yeah, we're also reacting as well. Sorry, Rach.
I was going to say, we're there. We're not there, actually. And what we are throwing at the teams again is the weather, because it's probably awful. They probably expect, didn't they, to be in these very glamorous, warm locations, and they've all been in the UK somewhere, which isn't ideal for this time of year as well.
Well, I mean, if you're going to come to Britain in December and you expect sunshine, then you're a little bit deluded, aren't you, really? It was never going to be sunbathing weather. But, again, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to test these teams, you know. If it was bone dry and 30 degrees out there, that'd be far too easy, wouldn't it? So, yeah, a little bit of moisture on the circuit's going to just throw an extra little spanner in the works, potentially.
Yeah, and I was just going to say as well, Andy, in response to the feedback that we got, or that Roborace got from rounds 1 and 2, we got a slightly different structure as well to the way that the laps are going to play out. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Thruxton, we saw each of the teams on each day completing 3 flying laps. On all of those laps, they had to deal with the metaverse if their AI driver was capable of doing so, at least. This time, a little bit different. It's a much shorter circuit, so they have to complete more laps, 6 laps in total, but it's a slightly different structure to those laps. On 3 of the laps, they will have no metaverse items to dodge. It's just flat out as fast as they can go around the circuit. On the other 3 laps, though, the metaverse will appear, and the ADS, the autonomous driving system, has to then make those all-important decisions. Is it worth slowing down, going offline to collect the bonus items that knock time off your lap, and to avoid the obstacles that add time on? So the way it works, essentially, laps 1, 3, and 5 are the free laps. Laps 2, 4, and 6 are where they have to deal with the metaverse. So every lap presents a unique and different challenge. And remember, the AI driver gets virtually no warning as to when or where those metaverse items appear. So it's important that you take that into account. Avoiding them, or not taking that into account, I should say, could have a drastic effect on your end time.
Well, we can see the DevBot out on track now, Andy. We actually saw it emerge a few moments ago and then go back into the garage. We heard from Yasmina as well about their plan today. It looks like the safety driver is in position. What else do you know about the the ARG strategy today? What's the latest from the ground that you know of, Andy?
Well, as you touched on there, they've got Reese, the safety driver, in the car at the moment. He is our Roborace test driver, and that's just because they've got this new ADS system, haven't they? The new autonomous driving system, which is in theory better at dealing with the metaverse. They didn't use this last time because the metaverse was what kind of stumped them on day one at Thruxton. So for day two, they just thought, right, we're going to go as quickly as we can, not worry about the metaverse. But they've developed this new system, and just to make absolutely sure that it's working as it should do, they're going to turn a few laps here with Reese on board, and that is what we can see happening now. Once they're confident it's all working well, then they will restart the run. It's within the Roborace rules that once you've started your run, you can restart it once, but only once. So they're using their gimme, if you like. They're using their free go here, and once they're certain that the ADS is working as it should do, they'll send the car out in autonomous mode. I think they are going to use, Matt, some sort of a speed limit. They're going to start off a little bit slower on the first lap, gradually building up towards about 100 kilometers an hour top speed towards the middle of their 6 laps. And then I suppose if they're really happy with how things are going, they might unleash the DevBot 2.0 for the final few laps.
Well, looking forward to this one then. I think it's time to get racing, Andy. You'd better away for us.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. So the car then, as we've said, making its way around here. This is, technically speaking, the start of its run, but as we know, the plan is that it will stop, and Reese Smith, the mechanic and test driver for Roborace, will get out of the car, stick it into autonomous mode, and then it will restart its run. We don't get to talk about drivers very often in Roborace for fairly obvious reasons. This is, after all, the world's first fully electric autonomous motorsport, but Reese is the one driver that I do get to tell you a little bit about. He is a former mechanic, actually, for the Haas F1 team and for the Caterham Formula 1 team, so he really does know his stuff. He's the perfect man, really, for this job, and I've been following him on social media the last few weeks. He's been very, very busy. The Roborace team have been at the Bedford Autodrome for a while now, just checking that everything is working as it should, giving the teams a bit of a chance to test as well, and as long as the DevBot is on track, Reese will be somewhere in the vicinity as well, so he and the rest of the Roborace team working exceptionally hard to allow us to go racing in season beta. He may not get to test the car to its full capabilities, at least not today, but at times he is able to go out there and really see what the DevBot can do. That's one of the unique things about the DevBot 2.0, is that it can be driven by a real person or by the AI driver, and that way we can compare and see just how quickly the AI systems are going, and the end result, I suppose, is that they may well end up going quicker than the real-world drivers can themselves. Saw him there just negotiating the metaverse a bit, going through that tight turn 2. What this also gives us a chance to do, I suppose, is take a look at the circuit. You can see that, those of you who joined us for Thruxton a month or so ago, this really couldn't be much more different, could it? It is very tight and a lot narrower too, so a bit more unforgiving, really. If the driver makes a mistake and goes on the grass, then, well, the run will be invalidated, first of all, which could be disastrous, but that's a lot easier to do, given the slightly narrower confines of this circuit. ARG, of course, they didn't go off the road at Thruxton, but they did stop on the road in their first run on day 1, and they're hoping now that this new ADS system that they're testing right now will enable them to complete their 6 laps today with minimal problems. Bit damp and greasy out there, maybe, as Rachel was touching on before, but at the speeds that the car is going for the time being, that won't make a huge difference. You can see the new look metaverse here as well. Look, the items with a slightly different appearance, certainly continuing this journey into almost the world of video games, isn't it, the way they look at the moment, and they will become all important once we get into the competitive running. Remember, a collectible knocks 4 seconds off your time for each one that you collect. The obstacles, meanwhile, will add 2 seconds on, so collectibles are worth more than the obstacles in a way, and we did see that have a fairly major impact on the end result at Thruxton. Well, I'm not a robotics expert by any stretch of the imagination, but this looks like it's going okay, doesn't it, really? I don't think that the car has hit any major trouble. The speed seems to be gradually building, so I think they're reasonably happy, hopefully, with the progress of this new ADS system. Some of the local wildlife there popping in to take a look. Spectators actually not able to come to the Bedford Autodrome anyway. It doesn't have any spectator areas. Purely a place built for driving. So those the local wildlife, one of the lucky few that get to come along and watch. So what are ARG looking to achieve this week? Well, they were already pretty confident with the outright speed of their software. The problem at Thruxton was the metaverse, wasn't it? They, particularly in round one, the items were flickering in and out of existence in front of the driver, and so the car just went into safety mode and stopped. Well, they're hoping this new ADS system will allow them to successfully interact with that metaverse, which, as we've seen so far, that appears to be the case. Whether it'll be able to do it in a proper competitive run, I suppose we'll find out momentarily, because we're on about the third or fourth lap now of this test run for ARG. The team from the Graz University of Technology in the Styria region of Austria. And those of you who are motorsport fans will recognise that as the location of the Red Bull Ring, the home of the Austrian Grand Prix and many other top-level international motorsport events. So it's a part of the world with motorsport very much in its heritage, and technology as well, and technological innovations, because one of the most notable alumni from the Graz University of Technology is one Nikola Tesla, inventor, physicist, electrical and mechanical engineer. So it's the right kind of place, really, for one of these Roborace teams to come from. So as we can see, I think this might actually now be the... I think they've decided to go straight in for the competitive run, have they? Because you can see they're completing more than the 3 laps we thought they would. So we're now on to lap number 4. The time ticking away. Now, in testing earlier this week, we've seen some of the teams get around the track 6 times in anywhere between 7 and 8 minutes. Obviously, because of the lower speed that ARG are using for this run, we're not going to see a record-breaking time, that's for sure. But the most interesting and, for them, significant part of this is what you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. That is the metaverse counter. So they've collected 14 of the bonuses and only hit 2 of the obstacles. Now, that is way, way better than they achieved at Thruxton last time out. On day 2 at Thruxton, which was the only time they completed all 3 of their laps, they hit 20 of the collectibles, but 15 obstacles. So already they are looking like doing an awful lot better. That tells me that this ADS is working an awful lot better, isn't it? They are now able to incorporate the metaverse into their driving. The next step, I guess, is doing it a little bit more quickly, because yes, those collectibles knock some time off, but not really enough to overcome this slightly pedestrian pace that they're running at. This always was the plan, at least for day 1. Remember, it's another double header here at Bedford, so we have a day of competition today and then another day, round 4, tomorrow. So anything they learn today can well and truly be put into action in the next round tomorrow. So the Autonomous Racing Graz team come back across the start-finish line then. And is this the final lap they're going on to now? They're certainly approaching the end of their run. You can see there the speed limited still to 50 kilometres now. They were hoping to up that to, first of all, 75 and then about 100 kilometres an hour before the end of their run. So perhaps they're just taking things a little bit more cautiously here. There is relatively little to hit, I suppose, if you go off the road here at Bedford. It's designed that way. It has no Armco barriers, no real tyre walls, nothing to stop you if you go off the road, apart from lots and lots of grass and tarmac runoff area. Circuit designed that way on purpose, so that people who turn up here in their very expensive high-performance cars aren't going to damage them if they slightly exceed either their own ability or the car's ability. So it's a very safe facility, and it means that if you do slide off the road, you're not likely to do too much damage, unlike at Thruxton last time out, where we saw quite graphically on a couple of occasions exactly what can happen if the car leaves the circuit. 50 kilometres an hour, though, this is a very safe and steady run from ARG. Had that DNF in the first round, finished 5th in round 2, but only 2 seconds, just less than 2 seconds actually, off the podium. It was exceptionally tight, wasn't it? 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places back in round 2 were covered by just over 2 seconds, and they were the 4 teams that were not using the metaverse, basically. So Carnegie Mellon University, MIT Driverless, Team Pisa and this team, Autonomous Racing Graz, all setting total times within 2 seconds of each other at Thruxton. I think that now maybe we'll see a little bit more separation in the times this week, just because there is a bit more experimental work going on with the autonomous driving systems for many of the teams, this one included. So across the line then, and we are now starting, I think, the 6th and final lap, because the time is still ticking on. We're approaching 10 minutes here for this first run. Look at the collectible and obstacle count, 21 collectibles, so they've now officially hit one more collectible on this run than they ever did at Thruxton, and only 2 obstacles, which is 14 fewer than they hit at Thruxton. So, sorry, 13 fewer, excuse me. So this, although it's not going to be setting the world alight, it's not lap record pace, that's for sure, but as far as using the metaverse is concerned, it has been a big success. We're going to get over 30 collectibles now, look, as they round the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. See there, another collectible gets knocked down. Looks as though a lot of these collectibles are on what we would call the traditional racing line, though, so not maybe giving the AI driver too many difficult decisions to make. Simply sticking to the racing line seems to be the way to go. And that, of course, is different at every circuit that we visit. The metaverse items will be placed sometimes on the racing line, sometimes off it. That's the decision the driver, the AI driver, has to make, whether it's worth deviating from the fastest line round the track in order to get those bonuses. Certainly at Thruxton, that seems to be the winning strategy for Arrival Racing. Now, the car has stopped. Why it's stopped, I don't know, because this is the back straight. It's not the main straight on the circuit, up past the pit garages and the Nardo Hospitality Suite. This is over at the far end of the track. I'm not sure if this is planned or if there's a problem for ARG here. They were pretty much at the end of their run anyway, but the car has most definitely come to a standstill for reasons unknown. Now, this is exactly what it did, of course, at Thruxton. It stopped all of a sudden, but that's because there was an issue with the metaverse, the items flickering around due to essentially a dodgy internet connection. They did give me a slightly more detailed explanation, but I quite frankly didn't understand it. But basically, the driver couldn't really see the metaverse items. That's why it ground to a halt, but this time around, who knows if that is the same problem. You can see Reese on board there, Reese Smith, our test driver, just in radio contact, I'd imagine, with Roborace and maybe with the team, just to see what they want him to do. But that car is going absolutely nowhere. So very strange that, because everything really did seem to be going perfectly well. There were no real problems. It was ticking along nicely. In fact, I literally had just said what a successful run this was turning into. 33 collectibles and just the 2 obstacles that they had failed to negotiate. So they were on for a pretty successful run, albeit a slow one. But for whatever reason, the car has decided it doesn't quite want to complete this final lap. So we'll try and find out what's going on here with ARG. This car will need to be recovered once it's been sort of flipped back over from autonomous mode. It allows hoping likewise, as will the other 9 members of the core team for ARG, a 10-member team, but there will be countless other people who have been working away behind the scenes on the technology. So it looks as though ARG have got this car back on the move again, thank goodness, because the time is really ticking down now. They're almost at the end of their allotted track time window. They've got to get to the line before that ticks down to 0. They're cutting it very fine. As long as they get there, though, this run will count, and it looks like they will. With just a couple of seconds to spare, ARG have got the car back up and running. It crosses the line, completes its 6th lap, That was a very tense start to the day. Although it has the safety driver on board, we're hearing this will be a legal time, but it only would have remained legal had they got to the end before the time ticked to 0. Thankfully, they've been able to do that, and so ARG do successfully complete their 6 laps here to start round 3 of season beta.
Well, ARG there, so much better than round 1 last time out. They had all those problems. But of course, Matt, we know, we were speaking to Yasmina, she said they were working on that ADS system this time out. Didn't go quite to plan by the looks of the things, because Reese, the safety car driver, he never got out, did he? But we'll speak to Yasmina in a bit, because 33 objects collected opposed to 20, I think it was, last time out. So it seems like things are going in the right direction, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've got to be really pleased with that, I think, you know, just to complete the run with 2 seconds to spare, and obviously the car stopped. That was out of their control. That was due to a cold battery, so they've got to be really happy. I think that for those guys, that was the box ticked today. That was their objective, was to make it round, was to get as many collectibles as they could. There's confirmation, 33, just 2 obstacles for a time penalty, total penalties of 10 seconds and reward of 33. So a clear time of 14:06.128 and a total time, which is an improvement on that, 13:43.128. As I said, Rach, I think that's a big box ticked for Team ARG. They've got to be happy with that.
Yasmina, hi. Obviously, we're just seeing Team ARG there complete their 6 laps with just 2 seconds to spare. It was pretty tight, but you did get your complete run in. You had your safety driver in for the entire time. Reese stayed in there. Just give us, before I go into a bit more detail, a little bit of an overview of how you and the team feel that run went.
Well, I can just say that it was a bit hard at the beginning, because when we started first check, we could not run firstly. The problem was that we had a timeout for the obstacles, like we could not receive them. And then we fixed that, just like we think that there is a problem with the synchronization on NVIDIA, so on Graz, and we have disabled that part. And then the car could drive, but the problem there was they were not sure should we drive, let's say, on high speeds, and therefore we needed to drive just 50 kphs all 6 laps. So the first idea was to drive like 50, then 75, then 100. But yeah, with this issue, yeah, we wanted to be, let's say, safe if something else happens. So therefore we were driving just with 50 kphs.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
yeah,
it was.
We saw that, but I guess overall, how do you think the new ADS software was working? Because it looked like you guys managed to collect so many more objects and avoid all the obstacles than last time out in round 2.
Yes, that's really good. So first of all, the good thing is that our dynamic planning is working good. The second part is that the tuning there, it's a bit, let's say, involved, so complicated. And there we need to decide how much weight should we put, should we collect some obstacles or collectibles, sorry, or avoid obstacles, and also, yeah, to play with the lap time. So yeah, we said just pick up the important collectibles and avoid all obstacles which are possible to be avoided. And it seems that it helped, because I saw on the final score we had 33 collectibles and only 2 obstacles hit, I think.
Yeah, that was a massive improvement, obviously, to last time out. I guess you can kind of use that round then as a bit of a test run, because we know you hadn't managed to do the dynamic planning actually on the circuit. You've only done it in the simulator before. Just tell us though about what happened right at the end. Obviously the car did stop. You did manage to get around the 6 laps in the time, but it was something to do with the temperature, the battery, wasn't it? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, exactly. At the first moment, we didn't know. I wanted to have selfie, like we are in the 6th lap, final lap. Let's have a photograph of us and the car on the racetrack. And then when I took the selfie, everything stopped. And then we didn't know why did we stop, because you cannot believe in 5 laps it's working, and then on 6th lap, half of the 6th lap till the end, and we stopped. And yeah, like then the guys from the Roborace said to us, yeah, it's not your fault. The battery temperature went off, below the minimum value. So the minimum was 8 degrees. And then, yeah, we stopped. But after that, we could start again and finish our race, fortunately.
Well, I hope you did manage to get that selfie as well, because still, you did complete it. It was fine. It was tight, but completed. We just hope, I guess, the other teams won't have the same problems with the temperature outside. But I guess if they go a little bit faster than you guys, you obviously only went 5 kph. That might not be the problem. We hope not.
Yeah, I hope so also for the other teams. But yeah, for us, it was a successful run. We are satisfied. And tomorrow we hope that we can go with the high speeds. Now, when we were tested our software.
Us too, Yasmina. Thank you so much. We hope you can get rid of Reese tomorrow. No offense to Reese, and that you can go much faster in your dev bot. Thanks for chatting to us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Okay, time to pop over to Sof then, who's got the man in black, Mike Sokolov, with him. They've been reading your comments. Sof, what's been going on Twitch?
Ask Mike. Okay. Hello.
Hey. Hey guys, this is Sof Ball. I'm creator of the Third Row Tesla podcast. It's really an honor to be here today. Just hosting this live segment of the Roborace, and we got some really cool stuff in store for you today. So this is awesome guests. And these are subject matters on they're experts on the subject of Roborace. So I'll be reading their names to you in a second. Please don't forget to comment in the Twitch chat and hashtag Roborace so we can get some of your questions answered. And super excited to talk today. So yeah, we basically got Mike Sokolov. He's the man in black, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then we've also got Kylie Ying. And then we've got basically Jeremy Howard, and he's an expert, co-founder of Fast.ai, really cool company. And then George Hotz, one of my good friends, he's actually been on my podcast, so super excited to talk to him and Mike together for a little debate later. So it's going to be really fun. And yeah, we'll be talking to Mike in a second. Looking forward to it.
Hi everyone watching us, and hi chat, because chat is what actually inspires us for doing that all.
Great. Well, nice to see you, Mike. It's great to talk to you. And yeah, it's it's such an honor to be here today. So just let's start off with kind of no titles or anything, but tell us a little bit about what does a man in black mean?
It's kind of like I'm literally a man in black in a white room, as you can see. But honestly saying, I'm a bit tired of all those like official titles like chief something officer, chief everything officer, chief whatever officer, and that's why I'm just man in black. It's kind of like just like natural truth, because you can see.
Keep it simple, right? I love it.
Unfortunately, no
let's
aliens around.
Oh. Yeah, well, you never know, right? It could be hiding. So let's go back to the beginning. So why Roborace? Like, what is the mission? How did it start off, and how's it changed?
Okay, actually, it was like
back in 2015, something around that. When we were, thinking about autonomy, we realized that, of course, there are certain complications that, will not allow us to bring autonomy to the real roads within next 10 years, I would say. Speaking from 2015, and one of those things is not just regulation stuff like that, but also people being afraid of robots, because people are afraid of technology, afraid of software, because they still face many problems with when dealing with software and technology. So our idea was to make a kind of competition, showing robots in racing robots, car robots in extreme conditions, and so the people may see all the issues happening with them, but also all the advantages and all the superhuman capabilities that racing robots may be really capable for.
And so, being on a racetrack, though, that level of excitement that a racetrack brings, was that part of the plan as well, to get people excited about it?
Of course, yes, because many people still love racing. So if you bring an autonomous car, not a regular one, not a kind of civil one, to a racetrack and start racing at higher speeds, higher than actual civil roads, that's definitely going to be super exciting, especially when we switch to the next level when doing wheel-to-wheel racing, not just time attack races.
So tell us a little bit more about that. What is this the wheel-to-wheel racing coming?
Well, we're going to introduce more than just one cars to the racetrack.
Actually, so more than one car on the track at a time. So what's kind of cool now is you have this metaverse, right?
Yeah. Because
sorry, go ahead.
Metaverse is a kind of tool to train the cars to be capable for making fast, be capable of making dynamic decisions in real time.
Awesome. So it's kind of like, do you think you might try virtual cars in the metaverse as well? Before you,
of course,
not just objects, and that would be cool.
Absolutely, that's exactly the plan. So you see it through what we do actually, because we've just started with static objects, because the teams are also, of course, they will not be prepared for this. So we start from simpler setup, we introduce static objects, then the object will start moving. Kind of slowly in the very beginning, and then of course we will introduce more dynamic objects and eventually another vehicles on the racetrack. So that's the idea.
Really cool.
And of course metaverse still requires a lot of visual improvements, because it still looks not that much perfect, I would say.
Yeah, so we were talking a little earlier today about some of the technology. So how has the technology changed over the years? I mean, from the very first dev bot to where you are now?
We did certain improvements, mainly, actually, honestly saying, we didn't change the hardware that much. We just made certain slight improvements of the hardware, of the drivetrain and things like that. Most of the development is around the software, because that's the crucial part of the whole story. So all the software components in the car and around the car. I mean, all the infrastructure that we bring to the racetrack, race control systems and stuff like that. Because robotic racing actually implies a lot of things to be implemented. Not just telemetry, but also certain safety protocols. Because cars really go crazy. We actually had lots of crashes, unwatched, because we did lots of tests, and yeah. So you can see some of those crashes on YouTube when we made certain documentaries before.
This is just the beta season, right? So you're just learning from all these things, these experiences.
Exactly.
So that once you go to a real race, you're going to have all those ironed out, right? And also you said
Absolutely.
that you'll be getting new hardware as well, right?
Exactly, because actually, honestly saying, the dev bot is a bit outdated thing, because it doesn't have, for the moment, it doesn't have cutting edge kind of sensors, computation modules and things like that. They're a bit kind of from 2-3 years ago kind of stuff. So in next year we're going to introduce a new car which is called Metabot. We're going to unveil it soon. Actually, in this it's completely new model. It doesn't have any similarity to DevBot. It's even kind of capable for doing racing, not just on the racetrack, but also like rallycross stuff, off-road kind of stuff, because it's going to have some kind of adaptive suspension. And we also fixed a lot of problems that we actually faced while doing racing on DevBots and robocars. Because it appeared that actually these racing cars are too kind of low, and we position sensors too low, and it's really hard for the teams to use that low sensors for tracking the features of a racetrack, especially if it doesn't have any borders and it just has just road with some grass around. Yeah, so with Metabot, we're going to fix that all somehow with placing sensors much higher.
So it sounds like the cars are going to look totally different? Are they going to look very, very different to what they do now?
Very, very different.
Wow. Okay, that's going to be cool.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to unveil it, and show it to the audience, because we are preparing now for that.
So that leads me to another question. So where do you see Roborace kind of going in the next maybe 5 years or more? And, does this technology going to trickle down into, street vehicles?
Of course, I would name certain things. Of course, much higher speeds, wheel-to-wheel racing, so more cars on the racetrack simultaneously, more dynamic metaverse, looking much more beautiful. We're actually going to go not out of the racetrack, but we're also going to introduce some cross-disciplinary kind of stuff. So racing tracks plus some like forbidden areas, some ghost cities, special zones, stuff like that. So we're going to do some certain missions. So we're going to race not just from how it's done on the racetrack, like from point A to A, on the circuit, but we're going to also do some special missions like racing from point A to point B. So point B may be variable. So that's what we actually now thinking of while implementing all the platforms around Roborace.
It's super exciting. Yeah, well, I can't wait for that. I'm already into watching all these races now. It's so cool. So yeah, that's all that we have time for right now. So we're going to go to a little break, but thanks so much, Mike, for your time. And everybody watching on Twitch, please don't forget to ask questions and hashtag us so we can hopefully feature some of your questions later on in the stream.
Yeah, sure. Many thanks. That I'll just jump back into the chat for answering the questions if they appear.
Sweet.
See you guys.
Okay, thanks, guys.
I am ice. I move slowly. I keep the world cool. But humans keep warming this planet. I send pieces of me thundering into the ocean. You do nothing. Perhaps I'm not so slow after all.
Roborace Season Beta is a time challenge event. Each team downloads their AI racing driver into a DevBot 2.0 and from a standing start must complete 6 laps in the fastest time possible. The car will initially hold within a staging area 2 meters behind the start line. There will be a 10-second countdown to lights out and go. Once it launches over the start line for the very first time, the lap timer will start. Because the challenge is to complete all 6 laps in the quickest total time, there is no benefit to setting one ultra-fast lap. The teams must program their AI to run at maximum attack every single lap to stand a chance of winning the competition. You'd think that would be enough of a challenge for 2020, but for Season Beta, the teams will face an even greater test. Virtual objects will be placed on track, some that need collecting, some that need avoiding. Where these objects are placed and what type are totally unknown to the participating teams and their racing devbots and are set by race control. The following bonuses and penalties will apply. The team gets -1 second to the current lap time for any bonus objects struck by the car. 5 seconds are added to the lap time for any penalty objects that are hit. And don't forget, a DevBot's run will be voided if it moves outside the course limits at any time. The team that sets the fastest total time for the 6 laps will win the round.
Up next is the Acronis SIT Autonomous. They crashed in round 1, took 2nd place in round 2, so they've got a 50-50 success rate so far. Let's see if they can improve on those odds today. Here's the team.
From the Research Center at the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology comes Acronis SIT Autonomous. Acronis are the leading provider of AI-powered cyber protection to global sports teams and are supporting the Swiss-based Research Center in their entrance to Roborace Season Beta. This powerful matchup are working hard to achieve maximum pace, so even though this is their first time in Roborace, they could easily surprise everyone with their speed.
Well, we're joined now by Ilya Shimchik, the team principal for Acronis SIT. Shortly before your run, Ilya, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, I'm sorry to have to bring it up straight away, but the crash at round 1 at Thruxton, it was an internet sensation. What did you guys think about the aftermath of that and the reaction to it?
So we were quite surprised regarding this reaction. So for us, it was quite unhappy situation with this crash because we spent a lot of time to investigate the causes of such errors, and hopefully and finally we solved this issue, and now we believe that our software is much more stable and it will be better for the next time. And actually, it's quite interesting. It's like all the systems that interacted in the car, including the a compilator of that we are using for this software. So it's very interesting issue for us.
Yeah, of course. This championship is all about pushing the limits, isn't it, and seeing what you can learn from these experiences. You came out fighting in round 2 anyway, 24 hours after that incident. You took 2nd place as well. I mean, you must have been really satisfied in the end with how it went in round 2.
Yeah, there's quite a big gap between our 2 attempts. So we are very happy that we had a good 2nd attempt in the 2nd round, and we are glad to achieve the 2nd place in the championship after the 1st event.
And what have you been working on since Thruxton then, Ilya? We're at Bedford now, a very different challenge in terms of the circuit layout. We have a new structure as well with the metaverse. What's your approach? What have you got planned for us today?
So we were working more on stability and improving our behavior at the higher speeds and the higher acceleration, and also improving the quality of avoiding and strategy for avoiding obstacles. So let's see the results. So I hope that we will show better at this time.
Okay, great. Well, we're looking forward to that, Ilya. Thanks very much. Good luck today, and look out for that pit wall off the start.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Boys, doesn't that look great that we can actually see SIT out? The car is looking good again. Remember what happened last time? Matt just spoke to Ilya there about that epic crash. Broke the internet. I'm going to say it went viral. It's nice to see that they managed to fix that £70,000 worth of damage that it cost them last time out, and they're back here for round 3 in Bedford. Matt, I don't think Ilya quite liked your slight dig there at trying to avoid the wall. Sorry, I got your joke, mate. I'm not sure Ilya did.
Yeah, it wasn't a dig, but maybe there was something lost there in translation. But I'm glad you got it, Rachel. Yeah, obviously, no disrespect intended at all to those guys. And I mean, we know how super professional they are, and the investment and the time that they've put into this project. So I certainly didn't want to put any dampeners on that. But hey, you know, this is a bit of fun as well for us guys. It's great to see SIT back out on track, and as you said, the car looks absolutely impeccable, as does the other DevBot, of course, as well, the Roborace DevBot. And fingers crossed here. I think we all want these guys to do well, and maybe we'll get a viral video of a different kind this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the safety driver is in, obviously. Reese Smith, he's still driving it around. That's what you're seeing at the moment. Hopefully, though, we'll see him jump out. We didn't see that, did we, for ARG, because they were being a little bit more cautious when they were testing their new ADS system. But it looks epic. I love the SIT car there. Very cool indeed.
Yeah, it's got certain memories of a certain old Formula One livery back in the day. I'm loving the real simple red and white livery. And Andy, I think one of the key things here for SIT, now we know that obviously the track temperatures are low in Bedford. We saw the issue that Team ARG had, but obviously they were going at low speed. So I guess it's something for the other teams now to take into account as well, is that you know, whilst they are testing perhaps new software, they have to take a certain amount of risk in with their speed to keep the to keep all the temperatures up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep on suggesting this, but maybe Roborace should just jet us all off to a really hot country to do this and bring the whole team along to, I think it would be really beneficial for the, we would certainly avoid the problem of anything or anyone indeed getting too cold. But yeah, that's something that maybe the teams won't have really considered, and maybe keeping the speed up is going to be a little more important than we thought, not just for lap times, but just for the health of the battery in the car. But I have to say, seeing this car lining up on the start line, I can't help but think back to that Thruxton incident. And it's a shame in a way that everyone's talking about what happened to this team on day one, because on day two, they went out and actually set a really good time, didn't they? They were the second fastest team. Their clear time was nearly a minute quicker than Arrival Racing, the eventual winners, but they didn't quite collect as many of the time-saving collectibles as Arrival Racing did. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Matt, to say that this went viral, didn't it? That moment when it veered into the pit wall. Someone did tell me that it was, I think, the number 2 trending item on Twitter on the same day as some election over in America. So that's fairly impressive. And I think we can all agree this is infinitely more interesting than any American politics might be. Yeah, it was getting some serious recognition that day, wasn't it?
I didn't hear anything about that election that you're talking about, Andy. I'm not sure what that was. We were still invested in Roborace that week. So here's Reece then getting out of the car now. The track car has gone to collect him, so we are moments away now of seeing SIT back in action. And as you can see off the start line, Andy, crucially, of course, no pit walls around, so they can go into this with full confidence.
Yes, I think they'll be quite happy about that, won't they? This is why, actually, just to let you all know, this is why Reece has been picked up by a very fetching BMW to be taken back to the pits, because we're on the North Circuit here at the Bedford Autodrome, and the pit lane doesn't actually happen to be anywhere near the North Circuit, so Reece has to drive the car some way just to get to the track, then complete the 2 installation laps, and then get collected and taken away, and that leaves the car now in autonomous mode and ready to go. So just to remind you then, it's 6 laps, 3 of which will have the metaverse items on the track, 3 of which will not. The first lap will be one of those, what we're calling free laps, where the car just needs to go as quickly as it possibly can. And really for Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, they finished second in round number 2. Their next goal is to lead the attack against Arrival Racing, really. They're the team arguably most likely to do so. They, as I said, were bang on the pace at Thruxton. Their metaverse usage wasn't quite as clean as Arrival Racing's was, but no doubt they've spent the last 4 or 5 weeks working hard on that and developing a system that will allow them to gain more of those bonuses and hopefully challenge for the top spot. So this will be, I think, a pretty pacey run for the SIT squad. It is Shimchip we just spoke to, team principal, will be watching on with bated breath, I'm sure. Even if they're confident they've solved the problems that they had at Thruxton, I'm sure they'll still be a little nervous, just hoping that the car doesn't suddenly veer away from the racetrack. There may not be anything to hit there, but remember, if it goes off the road, it does invalidate the time. Thankfully, that hasn't happened, though. The car launches off the line. The speed builds nicely as they head towards the first corner then on this lap number 1 of the 6 laps that they have to complete through this tight first couple of corners. A 90-degree left-hander, then into a 90-degree right-hander. And it is all about being precise with your racing line through here, slowing it down nicely through turn number 2. And then getting on the power, but the AI driver has to consider this slightly damp and greasy and certainly very chilly surface here at Bedford. And this is something that maybe they didn't really have to worry about at Thruxton. Although we had rain at Thruxton, because of the high average speed, once you get up to speed, you kind of just stay there. Whereas here, you're accelerating out of tight corners, controlling the wheel spin is going to be something that is definitely a bit of a challenge today. These tyres won't get a huge amount of temperature into them because of the low average speed. And so even on laps 2, 3 or 4, perhaps, they could still be struggling with a bit of a lack of traction. So this first lap then is about to be completed. We are looking at anywhere around about a 1:15 or so, I think, will be a quick individual lap time. And this one is looking pretty good for the SIT car, which crosses the line now. The first lap by my stopwatch is just under 1:20, so not too bad at all. Now, though, we move into the metaverse. Keep an eye to the top right-hand corner of your screen, and we'll see how many of the collectibles they can get. Well, they found a few of them already going through that first corner. No obstacles hit for the time being. There you can see the rings are the bonuses, the little sort of spire-shaped objects are the obstacle. We don't want to see them hitting too many of those. There you can see one, look, just off the racing line, going through turn 3. Now look at that. The car is running round the outside of the track, ignoring the racing line through that hairpin, because that is where the collectibles were. They were right out to the edge of the road, so it went through a slower line through the corner, but that enabled it to ultimately gain back all of the time that it was losing, and then some, really. These are the decisions that the ADS has to make, and it has to make them in a split second. They don't get a lot of warning as to where these metaverse items will appear. Well, this is looking like a really good run. Look at that, weaving around, trying to get the bonuses, avoid the obstacles, which it does so successfully. We're at 17 collectibles now. So although this second lap is going to be quite a bit slower than the first, they're going to gain back a lot of time through those collectibles. Here we go then, across the line. The first lap, remember, was a 1:19. Lap number 2, only actually a couple of seconds slower, a 1:21 roughly. But they've hit 17 collectibles. Each one of those is worth a couple of seconds off your time. It is not the clear time that matters, it is the total time once you take into account all of these bonuses and penalties. That is what counts towards your final result. And I'll tell you what, Acronis SIT will be very happy watching this back home. Rather unhappy, I think, will be Arrival Racing, because I reckon they've got some serious competition on their hands here today. Now, this third lap is another free lap, so once again, they can really put the pedal to the metal. Don't have to worry about going offline at all. Just find the quickest route around this Bedford Autodrome North circuit. It blasts down the back straight, looking and sounding like something out of a science fiction movie. Onto the brakes, into the chicane again. And we'll compare this lap time to maybe not so much lap 2, but lap 1, which was the first of the free laps from a standing start, of course, lap 1. So this one, in theory, should be the fastest lap that the car has done so far through the final 2 corners. These deceptively difficult 90-degree left-handers. You can see there just how damp it still is right across the track, really. There is no drier line developing as such. Here we go then, back across the line. And yes, that lap was about 3 seconds quicker than its first lap. So that is the fastest lap the car has done so far. And now we head back into the metaverse once more. Already the collectible count is up to 20. Now, at Thruxton, they got 39 collectibles on their infinitely more successful second attempt. And only 6 obstacles. Well, they've hit their first obstacle there as they went through turn 2. That will add a little bit of time onto their end result. But when they've got more than 20 collectibles, more than 30 nearly now, that is not going to really bother them too much, as it takes a wide line there through the hairpin once again, trying to utilise the metaverse to the best of their abilities, which they're really achieving nicely here, and then accelerate back down the back straight once again. Car blasts past us then onto the brakes into the chicane. Now, they first of the metaverse laps was a 1:21, but the joy of the metaverse is that it's unpredictable. The objects appear in different places from lap to lap, so although this may end up being a quicker or slower lap, it's almost irrelevant really when it comes to these metaverse laps. They're going to hit 40 collectibles here. I think they're on 39 now, which is the same amount as they had at Thruxton, and they've still got another metaverse lap to go. Remember, they've got one more free lap coming up now and one more metaverse lap as well. So across the line they go. That was their slowest lap, a 1:24 roughly. But again, they got a good haul of collectibles there and only the one obstacle hit. Right, onto their final free lap now. So this is, once again, all about ultimate pace. Their 2 free laps that they've done so far, they did this is all sort of a rough guess of what the time is anyway, but about a 1:19 on lap 1 and a 1:16 on lap 2. So if they can go better than a 1:16, they'll be happy with that, I think. And I said anything around 1.25 minutes was going to be a particularly quick free lap, and let's see how much closer to that they can get. Back out of the hairpin, blast across the back straight. He builds up well in excess of 100 kilometres an hour there briefly, before it hits the brakes once more into the chicane. The Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous Team Acronis will be a name familiar to many of you, sponsoring a couple of Formula 1 teams this year were Acronis. And they are a global technology company with its headquarters in the Schaffhausen region, which is why they, the region in Switzerland, why they have this affiliation with the SIT squad. Right then, lap number 5 about to be completed, across the line. It's very, very consistent, almost an identical time that to their previous free lap on lap 3. So they are looking pretty strong here. Another 1 minute 16, and now we move back into the metaverse again. Right, we're into the 40s now. So we are now exceeding their collectible count from Thruxton. We've still got the best part of a lap to go. Oh, really having to slow down there through turn 2, though. Was it worth it? Well, we'll find out at the end, I suppose. But they did manage to gain another, 16 collectibles just through the first couple of corners. So I'm not going to bother trying to do the maths. It never was my strongest subject, but I reckon it probably was worth slowing down for. Slow down to go quicker. It's a slightly strange concept, but that is the reality of this augmented reality that is Metaverse. Into the final half a lap, then the total time is going to be, I would imagine, well, it might end up being a little bit quicker than our first team ARG, but they, of course, had various problems along the way, weaving its way around the final couple of obstacles here into the last couple of corners then. And are they going to increase above 60? They've now actually collected more of these collectibles than even Team Arrival managed at Thruxton. So this really is a very strong run here for SIT, who crossed the line, and the clear time is going to be just under 8 minutes. But with 58 collectibles, a lot of time is going to be taken off, well over 100 seconds or so is going to be taken off that time. So 58 obstacles, 58 collectibles, just the one obstacle for the Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous squad. That is what we can call a massively successful run around the Bedford Autodrome. We'll have to wait and see how it stacks up against the other teams, but I think, guys, that Arrival Racing are going to be a little bit nervous having seen that.
Matt, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this. I'm going to anyway. I think SIT may be my favourite team because, hear me out, they're all or nothing, aren't they? You either see an epic crash, they then come second, and now the speed they went at, like 140 kph, they collected, I think, I think 58 collectibles, possibly one obstacle there. I mean, for me, that is a standard up here that every team now has to follow. Like, I'm backing these guys. I like them.
Yeah, they've come out swinging, haven't they? And we got, when we spoke to Ilya a little bit earlier, we kind of got his race face there. They were ready, weren't they? And they've laid down the gauntlet for everybody else, no doubt about it. I think Andy mentioned in commentary, Arrival Racing would have been watching that run and just thinking, okay, we've got a contender here. They know they're going to have to step up to the bar today. So really impressive run from SIT, which is what we expected, of course, as well. But look at that, 58 collectibles and just one obstacle. So just the 5-second penalties. Total rewards of 58, and the elapsed time was quick as well. So the car was pacey, just 8 minutes, so over 6 seconds quicker than ARG, 6 minutes quicker, I should say, over the entire run than ARG. And a result time of 7 minutes, 7 seconds, 0.018. That is going to be the benchmark, and it's up to those other 4 teams now to see if they can step up to it.
Ilya, congratulations. Much smoother, wasn't it, than round 1? You and the team must be so pleased with that run. I mean, 58 collectibles and only 1 obstacle hit there. Obviously, the goal was to improve the planning on avoidance of obstacles and collecting rewards. You completely ticked that box, didn't you?
Yeah, we'll closer at our data sets, how we participated, and how many obstacles we collected, and how many obstacles we may collect. Maybe we missed some obstacle, some loots or collectibles. And we'll also analyze what we shall do to prevent this collision with the obstacles, with the virtual obstacles that we hit. But anyway, we are quite satisfied with our results right now. Let's see where is the result comparing to the other teams at the end of the day.
Ilya, it looked like you guys went pretty fast as well, about 140 kph. Was that the plan, or was there a cap on that?
So yeah, actually it was a cap for our today's run, so we kept for 114. We decided to be on the safe side, and actually I believe we can do a bit higher, up to 180 or 70 on this track, but we decided to be on the safe side, and because the track is wet and cold, so we reached the speed limit.
Yeah, because SIT and yourself, you talk about, I guess, the speed as being one of your advantages, don't you? You say your performance profile is higher velocities around the corners. Can you explain that a little bit?
So actually, I don't know. I think other team. I didn't see the other team how they performed, because only Graz performed right now. We can decide. We can make a more justified decision about our speed, about our cornering, after we will see each team participates today. So right now it's hard to say. So there's nothing to compare.
And Ilya, I just want to get a bit of a picture as well of what you and the team do when the DevBot is out on the track. Are you just sitting there and watching, or do you actually have a role to play?
So actually, when the car is on track, we have nothing to do. So we just set up our software and run our software. After software is running, we cannot change anything or cannot adjust anything. So we just sitting and watching, and quite nervous moment for us, because we can only see how we are performing, but cannot like intervene or improve our performance. Just seeing, it's a bit nervous time for us.
I bet you feel a bit helpless there. You're almost like a coach, aren't you? Coaching the athlete which is on the track. You can't do anything. You've done everything possible in like the warm-up and in the training, and then you have to just sit back and relax. Very nerve-wracking time, like you said, but awesome job today, guys, for you and SIT. And yeah, we can't wait to see where that puts you on the table.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Yeah, it's a good comparison with trainer. Yeah, correct.
Thanks, Ilya, and good luck for round 4. We'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Saf again, and we've got Kylie Ying with me. Hey Kylie.
What's up, you guys?
So Kylie, she's fascinating. She's doing her master's right now in computer science and electrical engineering. So double whammy there. Not only that, she's doing her thesis in machine learning for high energy particle physics. So yeah, that is incredible. So super cool to have you here today, Kylie. Really awesome. So tell us a little bit about your involvement in Roborace.
Yeah, so I'm a part of MIT Driverless, and I'm on the planning and controls team. And basically, our goal is to get our car to follow a path that avoids as many obstacles as possible and gets as many collectibles as possible. And so, we're really excited to be involved in Roborace and to be racing. So yeah, can't wait.
And then is this something that's required for your master's, or is it an elective? What's the relationship between MIT Driverless and Roborace?
Yeah, so MIT Driverless is actually an extracurricular. And so it's just something that we like to do in our free time. You know, it's completely student run. So we have faculty that advise us and tell us, hey, like this is totally wrong if that ever arises. But for the most part, you know, sponsorships are student run, tech leads are student run, like everything is student run. And we do this out of a passion for technology, for autonomous vehicles, for racing, and so on.
That's really cool. So have you got a chance to go in the car, actually on the track yet?
No, but that would be super sick. And, you know, I would love to do that. Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Hopefully they can arrange something after this video. That would be awesome. So,
yeah, maybe once.
So yeah, tell us a little. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So sorry, tell us a little bit about the tech involved in the car and, you know, how these sensors are used.
Yeah, for sure. So there are 4 different kinds of sensors on the car that we're given. There's GPS, LiDAR, radar, and camera. And one thing about Roborace that's really cool is that we're actually given the coordinates of the track itself. And so from there, the GPS is our most useful tool because our GPS tells us where our car is located. And LiDAR, radar, and camera are useful tools in, you know, seeing where we are when we're autonomously driving. But for the purposes of this race, because we have the track already, and because of this multiverse, all of these virtual obstacles and collectibles, there's nothing to actually detect on the track. So even if we had LiDAR and camera, it wouldn't actually be able to see these obstacles. So the GPS is our like best friend here.
That's cool. So what are some of the limiting factors of these sensors? I was talking to Mike earlier, who was saying some of them are kind of low to the ground. So it might be you know, hard to actually see. I guess they're not being used by right now, but in terms of, you know, if you were to use them in the future, and they could be running in shadow mode right now. So you know, maybe talk a little bit about how they limit you.
Yeah, so I actually think that it's really cool, you know, if they were being run in shadow mode right now, like they could be collecting data that we can use later on to make our car even better. And something that's really cool that could potentially be added in the future is multi-agent racing, where we're actually competing against other cars on the track, in which case these sensors would be super helpful. And,
definitely,
you know, in terms of just right now being able to take this data and apply it later on, that's something that will help us down the road because, you know, we can see where this car is going right now. And for example, in the last event 1.1, it might have actually been helpful to have some of these sensors going as a backup because in the last race, I think our GPS actually died or something, which caused us to go off the track.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to have this fail-safe mode where the car could just revert to using the shadow mode data, right? And then just say, oh, come to a full stop or something, right?
Yeah, precisely.
So moving to a different topic, just tell us a little bit about the, you know, the importance of getting, you know, all the data, not just from the sensors, but how many miles you put on the car, and you know, how significant is that to the quality of, you know, the driving experience?
Yeah, so I think the data is something that this competition collects that, you know, it's very unique. It's very unique and particular to autonomous racing. And we can apply this to the real world, which is really cool. So, you know, in the real world, in autonomous vehicles, research and whatnot, one of the biggest issues out there is data collection. And that's why some companies are doing better than others, because they have more data and because they can collect more data than others. You know, 99.9% of the time, you might be in your car going from your house to the shop down the street on a sunny day. But, you know, that 0.1% where an 18-wheeler is trying to swerve into your lane and your car is trying to avoid that, those are the cases where you really, really want the autonomous driving to work in reality, right? And I think that Roborace data is something that's super cool because we're going at very high speeds and we're in this controlled environment with simulated obstacles and things that we can apply these algorithms in real life using the data that we collect, and that'll be able to help further the research in autonomous vehicles.
I love that. And do you know, will the data be shared like as an open source solution with other companies or for public data consumption?
I'm not sure, but I can tell you that I've actually been working on this project where I've been looking at some of the data and trying to figure out how to make our car even better, given the data that we've collected on our runs.
Awesome. And you did mention like this, this March of Nines, just how good because it could seem like it's doing amazing, but then it encounters this weird situation. So how important is it, how much of that data from the track is going to be able to be translated to the public roads, to the street? And how soon do you think that would happen?
So that's a great question. And I personally don't really know the answer to that, but I would hope that the public can have access to it because it's so useful, especially what we were talking about earlier with multi-agent racing and stuff. When you're on the road, for example, if you're in an ambulance and this ambulance is autonomously driven, 5 years down the road, you're going to want this ambulance to be able to avoid obstacles while going as fast as it can, right, to get you to the hospital. And so I think Roborace is a really unique situation, like really unique data in a situation like that, because our car is trying to go as fast as we can while avoiding obstacles. It's the same goal.
Yeah, totally understand. Well, I can't wait for that. That day is going to be so amazing. And it's super excited to have you on. Thank you, Kylie. It was lovely chatting with you. We're going to go back to Rachel and Matthew and the race. And thanks everyone for joining. Don't forget to keep asking questions on the Twitch chat, hashtag Roborace or @Roborace. And we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
When you look at a DevBot, it's easy to think of it as just a car, but the DevBot 2.0 has as much in common with your average road car as a fighter jet has with a paper airplane. The DevBot takes many of the fundamentals found in road cars and turns them up to 11. In this episode, we're going to look at sensors. The DevBot has 4 main types of sensor: LiDAR, radar, camera, and GNSS. Camera. Now you might have one reversing camera on your car, helping to make sure you don't run over the neighbor's cat. But DevBot has 7 cameras and uses them to collect a 360-degree view around itself. This then allows the software to determine where it is and even what the road surface looks like ahead. LiDAR. Imagine if your eyes allowed you to see in all directions at once, and then, rather than guessing, you could always know the precise distance of objects in relation to you. That's what LiDAR can do. It stands for Light Detection and Ranging, and is a remote sensing method that uses light in the form of a pulsed laser to measure the world around it, generating a precise three-dimensional shape of objects. Picture a super fast strobing laser light firing at a wall. The reflected light energy returns to the LiDAR sensor and is recorded, building up an image of the shape of that wall. DevBot has 4 LiDARs on board, 2 at the front and 2 at the side. Radar. Radar was once a tool only for the military. A shortening of radio detection and ranging, it was an invaluable tool for locating threats and providing advance warnings of the enemy's position and direction. The basic operation involves transmitting a high-frequency signal towards the location of a target and receiving signals reflected back. So it works in a similar way to LiDAR, but uses radio waves instead of light. The DevBot has 1 radar system on board, mounted at the front and allowing it to detect the presence and direction of objects ahead of it. GNSS. GNSS stands for Global Navigation Satellite Systems and is the standard term for satellite navigation systems that provide autonomous geospatial positioning with global coverage. This term includes GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, and others. Most road cars are fitted with a form of GPS for their satellite navigation systems, but the GNSS system on DevBot are military-grade, featuring an ultra-fast update rate and enabling a location accuracy of just 1 centimeter. In the future, Roborace cars will also be fitted with ultrasonic sensors, allowing them to race wheel-to-wheel with even greater precision. But for now, combining all of these 4 types of sensors allows DevBot to see the road ahead, to scan for objects in its path, to create a 3-dimensional image of those objects, and know with a 1 centimeter accuracy where it is on track.
Next up to tackle the North Circuit at the Bedford Autodrome, it's Team University of Pisa.
The 10-strong team from the University of Pisa's Research Centre are pushing hard to be a serious contender this year. Team Pisa debuted at the 2017 Formula E Berlin E-Prix in the Human and Machine Challenge, putting in competitive times, and trailed the Technical University Munich by just 4 seconds. They were back in Season Alpha for the Localization Challenge at Zalazone, but also missed the top spot by a matter of seconds. Team Pisa has grown and gained experience. Will this be their year? We're about to find out.
Now I'm joined by team principal for Team Pisa before their run, Danilo Caporale. Danilo, thank you for joining us. I know that this is a kind of a pressure moment for you guys, but nice to see you smiling. You look quite relaxed. How are you feeling about today?
Very good, thanks. Of course, there's a lot of pressure. For this race, we pushed quite some updates on the car. So yeah, let's see how it goes. But we're optimistic. Our simulations went fine, so let's see. But you never know, you know, in motorsport and particularly in Roborace, you never know what can happen. So let's see.
Well, we saw that in Thruxton, didn't we? Tell us about that, because you had mixed fortunes, I think is fair to say. Just explain your weekend there for us.
Sorry, I didn't get it. Sorry.
You had mixed fortunes in Thruxton. I think you slid off track on the start-finish straight during round 1, but then you made some big steps, didn't you, for round 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's when you go to a new track, there's always some uncertainty, you know, especially if weather condition is not ideal. You know, there is a lot that can go wrong. So you can try to minimize uncertainty up to a certain point, but you know, there's always that. You know, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Well, look,
yeah.
I'm sure it is, and you guys have been working really hard the last month since Thruxton, of course. I believe you got some new software to try today. We already seen Team ARG, Danilo. They had Reesin for a couple of laps, and then actually he stayed in the car. Is that going to be your plan too while you test this new software the first run?
Yeah, I think today we're gonna start like that as well, because as I told you, lots of new updates. So it's better to make a general check that everything is in place, and if something is not, we will have time to to make the adjustments. So yeah, it's a good strategy to start.
Okay, well the countdown is on, so we'll leave you to it now and wish you the very best of luck today, Danilo.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We know, don't we, that it can, in full autonomous mode, it can get up to possibly 230 kph. We obviously haven't seen that yet. We saw SIT just do about 140 kph, so it can go around just under 100 kph faster. Guys, that would be so epic, wouldn't it, if we could actually get to see that throughout the season, or at some point throughout the season. Therefore, actually doing what we know it's capable of.
Yeah, and I think at this stage, Rach, it's kind of a compromise for Team Pisa. They will have seen Team ARG. They will know the risk of going too slow, but of course they're trying out a new software. They want to get as many collectibles as possible. We've seen the importance of the metaverse already, and that has to be the focus now for the teams to get this right as we move forward. This is season beta, of course. This is all about ironing these things out, about testing things, about getting the tech right and getting it responding right. So yeah, at the same time, they need to have pace as well. This is a competition. They want to win it. And also, importantly, as we saw earlier, they've got to make sure that they keep everything up to temperature as well in those really chilly conditions down in Bedford. So I do think that, yeah, I think you're right that this is not going to be a full speed attempt from Team Pisa as they experiment with this new software. But also there has to be a level of compromise. They are going to take a few risks and and get their speed up. And I'm sure that they'll be using at least what Team ARG managed as a benchmark, because they're not going to be able to afford to go much slower.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're out now, aren't they? It's obviously got to get their car over the start line before they do that. It's the challenges they're facing then. Like Andy mentioned, actually, when he was just describing the track, the Bedford track is narrower than the previous track, less room for error, and the decision is emphasis on safety. But of course, all these teams, you mustn't forget, are in the same position in terms of the track. And the teams actually, I'm not sure if we've spoken about this before, they're each sent a map of the track from Roborace. So they know we've all got the same measurements, because the Roborace team actually map out the track themselves using GPS. If you have a look on their YouTube channel, you can see them going out on a scooter with a little GPS backpack on, which measures the inside and the outside line of the track. And they obviously send that over to the teams, and then they can do their path planning from that, which is quite interesting. So obviously they are all working on the same margins, and they've obviously all got the same starts, haven't they, each team? But they're on the start line now, so I think it's a good time to bring in Andy. Are you there?
Oh yes, I'm ready and waiting, Rachel. The car,
he's always ready.
as you said.
He loves it.
Of course I am. This is genuinely exciting. I'll be honest. When I was first sort of learning about Roborace, and when I was first brought into this, I had no idea what to expect. And what I didn't expect is to be sat in my office at home, genuinely excited about what's coming up next. I knew the technology would be interesting, and I knew that I'd learn a lot, but I didn't really expect it to be quite as exciting as it actually is. And that's great. That's what sport is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be entertaining. It's supposed to be fun, and it's supposed to be unpredictable. And Roborace really is unpredictable. Team Pisa know all about that. They had these problems at Thruxton last time. They're arguably the team with the most improvement to be made. They didn't complete a run in round one, and they were the slowest in round two, although only 2 seconds away from third place. As we said before, it was very tight, wasn't it, for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth positions. But they've had now 4 or 5 weeks to work on their problems at Thruxton. They've got this new ADS software, which they're going to test now with Reese on board. And if that's all okay, then they will no doubt be pushing to try and move a little bit further up the leaderboard. So yeah, I'm genuinely excited to see what happens over the next few minutes. So just to recap then, Reese Smith, Roborace's test driver, is in the car at the moment, but the car will go into, well, not into reverse. That's not what I was about to say. For some reason, the car is reversing away from the start line. Perhaps it was lined up in the wrong place. These cars do get, or the AI drivers more to the point, get a bit temperamental sometimes about where they are lined up. If it's not lined up exactly where it should be in what we call the staging area just before the start of the run, then sometimes the onboard systems get a little confused. But hopefully Reese has now lined it up in the right place. What I was about to say is that the car will be in autonomous mode when it leaves the line, and what we're kind of hoping to see is they'll do 1 or 2 laps and then stop and let Reese out so that they can restart their run. Roborace rules allow you to have 1 restart of your run, but you must complete all 6 laps within your 30-minute window, which for Team Pisa started about 4 or 5 minutes ago. So the clock is sort of ticking now, but the as long as you get the 6 laps in within that time, then you can restart once. But if your second attempt then goes wrong, you can't restart again. So they're hoping to use their first attempt just to test the systems with Reese in the car, and then they will, if all is good, they will set off for another run with no driver in the car. There you can see at the bottom of your screen the time left till the next run. That essentially is how long this team have to get their 6 laps in. So ample time, really. We've been seeing clear times of around, well, 8 minutes it was for Team Acronis SIT, some 14 minutes for ARG, but that's because they stopped out on circuit, of course. So in theory, you shouldn't need any more than 15 minutes at the absolute most to get your 6 laps in. So they have got time here. I think they're just having a bit of difficulty, though, just getting it switched into autonomous mode, maybe, because the car has been stationary for a little while now. And this is where things just get doubly complicated because the teams aren't on site. They're all working remotely, as is the production crew, as is pretty much everyone on Roborace. Because it's all done remotely, if there is a little glitch like this, it's not the work of a moment for the team to work it out. And of course, we're dealing with incredibly complex systems, but the car has now gone off the line. So I will start my stopwatch just in case this ends up being their official run, because if they're not 100% happy with the new ADS software, then they will just leave Reese in and complete all 6 laps at a lower speed, still in autonomous mode, but with the safety driver there just in case something were to go wrong. We're expecting these first couple of laps to be quite slow, but if they continue beyond 2 or 3 laps, then this might just end up being their run. So out of turn 2, and the car is stopping. That's not good. Now, what's going on here? Oh, it started again now. That is bizarre. So something happened there that wasn't supposed to, clearly, and the car ground to a halt, but then weirdly carried on. And I say weirdly because every time so far that we've seen a car stop whilst it's in autonomous mode, it's stayed stopped until the safety driver has got back in and started moving it. And I'm hearing, actually, that the car is going to head back to the pits this time. So it looks as though there is some sort of a glitch here for the Universiti di Pisa, first Italian team to compete in Roborace, and they are a relatively new entrant into the series, so it's to be expected maybe that they're having a few little issues, and we expect the car to come out of the final corner now and make its way into the pit lane potentially then. Flows across the finish line, and yeah, it's going to make the right-hand turn. I think Reese is actually back in control of the car now. So that was a bit of a false start then for Universiti di Pisa. We were hoping that they'd do a lap and then stop and then switch into autonomous mode. They did a lap and then pulled into the garage instead, though. So we'll wait and see whether they get back out there. Remember, the clock is still ticking. Their run has started. There you can see at the bottom of the screen, they've still got 22 minutes. Now, as long as they can get the car back out there onto the start line and get their 6 laps in, they should still be able to set a competitive time, or at least a legal time. And of course, if other teams run into problems, they could still end up inheriting a decent position. But 22 minutes left. I would say that to be on the safe side, they don't want to be lining up on the line with anything less than 14 or 15 minutes left. So they've got maybe 5 or 6 minutes here to, first of all, diagnose the problem, then fix the problem, and then get the car back out there. So, Matt, Rachel, this is going to be a bit of a race against time, I think, for Pisa.
Team Pisa back in the garage then, and the word from the technicians on the ground is that the reason the car came back in is that there was some oscillation from the steering wheel and some vibrations on the car that were not normal. So Reese took over the driving, brought the car back in, and as you can see, they are currently assessing those issues to try and get Team Pisa back out there. I'm not sure now, guys, whether this is purely a mechanical problem and perhaps something out of Team Pisa's hands. If it is, then I'm sure that will be addressed appropriately, and we'll wait for more information on that as we get it. But certainly a difficult situation for them to cope with. I'm sure back in Pisa now there will be nerves, but there's a good sign. The cockpit is being closed again.
Yeah, Matt, I believe it actually is a mistake from Team Pisa themselves. So I can picture the scenes over in Pisa right now at the university, frantically trying to sort out those issues which you just mentioned there with the braking and the steering. We'll have to wait and see now, though, if Reese Smith continues and drives around hopefully completes the 6 laps needed to complete here in only 14 minutes left. He'll obviously be in the car, but hopefully they'll have full autonomous mode on as well, so they can actually get a time on the grid. But they're back out. This looks hopeful. This looks promising, Andy. Hopefully we're going to see a run. Do you think they can do it in 14 minutes? Obviously we know how fast SIT went, but ARG were a little slower. They were about 14 minutes, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, well remembered, Rach. 14 minutes and 6 seconds to be precise. So, but remember, they had another stoppage, didn't they, ARG? On their last lap, the car stopped on the back straight. So, as long as Team Pisa don't have the same problem, they should be okay. But let's face it, they've had a few problems in every time that the car's been out on track, really. So, nervous times here, I think, for Team Pisa. They really desperately want to get a time on the board, because with every lap that they turn today, they gather data and gather information that they can also use tomorrow in round 4. If they miss out on these 6 laps today, especially the 3 metaverse laps that they incorporate into each round this week, then they're going to miss out on a lot of valuable information that could, improve their performance tomorrow. So they've got time, in theory, provided this runs pretty faultlessly, and that hasn't exactly been the way things have gone for them so far. So
Reese Smith is a brave lad, isn't he? And we know that already, of course. A top-class driver, but to get into a car that's had some braking and steering problems, and I'm sure he was aware of them as well when he was in the car before, and to have the faith to jump back in and let the autonomous driving system take over, that takes some guts.
Well, I suppose it comes with the job, doesn't it? But it's not a job I'd like to do, I must say. I normally would jump at the chance to be a test driver for a high performance and innovative racing series, but the whole idea of sitting in an autonomous car is a little scary, especially when you're not 100% sure as to whether everything's going right with the ADS software. But Reese, I think he felt that something wasn't quite right and decided he wanted to just retake control, because of course, apart from anything else, that oscillation that was coming through the steering and the brakes could have damaged the car, and this car is being shared by a number of teams, remember. There aren't 6 different cars, there are just 2 cars here, and so a number of teams will be using this exact chassis, and if damage was done now, that could jeopardise their chances of getting out there later on as well. So that's his job. He is the safety driver, so he's there in case things go wrong. It is a tough job, but he is well equipped to do it, and he knew instantly, I think, that was the time to jump in and just prevent any further damage being done. And he will do so again if the problem is still there, but Pisa, I'm sure, wouldn't have sent the car back out unless they were pretty confident that they've sorted the issue. So I guess the moment of reckoning is now upon them, because the time has ticked down to 11 minutes remaining, and well, the fastest time we've seen so far, set by Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, was 8 minutes, a clear time of 8 minutes. So anything less than 10 minutes is really going to be pushing it here, especially if they do end up limited to 50 kilometers an hour, which may well be the case. Reese, you can see inside there, looking down at the various dials and buttons and switches, and just checking everything's okay. He's in constant radio contact there with the Roborace engineers in the garages, and he will at some point hopefully give them the all clear, and there they go. So the car leaves the line, and this is attempt number 2 then here for round 3 for Universiti di Pisa, and the car accelerates and then heads into the first corner. Now it looked like it was really accelerating and then really slowed down going through the first turn. Takes a slightly wide line. Oh, I don't believe it. More problems for Team Pisa. The car has stopped again. It hasn't even made it to turn 2 this time. So now, will the car restart, or is Reese going to have to take control again? I think I probably know the answer to that. Well, the car is moving again, but under its own steam, no, it's weaving around, which is not something that the AI driver would tend to do, and the speed has picked up again as well. So I think that sadly for Team Pisa, that's probably it. The car is no longer in autonomous mode, and so this is Reese bringing the car back to the garage, and they're not going to be able to restart now. Even if they had time, which they don't, they are only allowed a maximum of 2 attempts. This was their second attempt, and it hasn't gone to plan. Now, we have to assume, I guess here, guys, that that's the same problem that they had earlier on with this oscillation coming from the brakes and the steering. So getting confirmation now, it is Reese back in the car, or back in control of the car. He never left the car, and he's bringing it back in. But yeah, looks as though that was the same problem, a recurrence of the problem they had on their first attempt. Because this was their second and final attempt, this will be a non-finish for Team Pisa. It's their second non-finish in 3 rounds. They're going to really hope that that they can bounce back tomorrow, but this doesn't look like it's going to be an easy thing to fix. So Team Pisa have returned to the pits, and that means that their 3rd round of Roborace's season beta has come to an early end, unfortunately. I'm hearing it's the same problem they had on run 1, so this oscillation that Reese was feeling through the steering wheel means that he had no choice but to stop the car and retake control. That is it for them. That was their second and final run, a non-finish again for Team Pisa, the same as they had on the first day at Thruxton last time. Hopefully they'll be able to recover and set a time tomorrow.
Well, that's what they did at Thruxton, isn't it, Andy? You know, the 24 hours is a long time in Roborace. We've already seen that before. As you said, it sounds like it's not going to be an easy fix for them. They certainly couldn't get it done in the allotted time there, so it's going to be a bit of a scratching of heads and tapping of keyboards now over the next 24 hours. But as you said, hopefully we'll get to see a more competitive showing from them tomorrow, and hopefully they'll get a time on the board. But really feel sorry for Team Pisa, Rach. We spoke to Danilo a little bit earlier, and we'll speak to him again shortly and get the reaction. But they were optimistic, and they were his words, and it's ended in tears again, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see there, you know, at the bottom of the screen, out. The same as we said in round 1 at Thruxton. Then unfortunately in round 2 as well, they actually finished at the bottom of the table, but were a bit unlucky, weren't they? Because the other 3 teams above them all had a very similar time. So it was very close, if you can cast your minds back to a month ago now. So we'll have to see what Danilo, the team principal, says, because Matt's still optimistic. You know, the simulations, he said, had gone really well for them. Maybe it was a case that they didn't have much time on track, but again, none of the teams have done. So we'll get a bit of more information from Danilo about those problems, the braking and the steering, and see if they can sort them out in 24 hours for round 4. Danilo, you were super optimistic before Team Pisa's run there. You're still smiling, actually, but I can imagine you and the team are feeling a little bit stressed out after what we just saw on the track then.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, as I said, always something bad can happen. This one, yeah, we think we know what happened. Very trivial thing, but yeah, it happens. So it's okay. Of course, we're a bit sad at the moment, but nothing too bad. So it's okay. It's okay. Too bad for.
Can you explain to us what potentially did happen? Because all we managed to hear, obviously we're based all around the world, is that you had some problems with the brakes and problems with the steering. Was that the case?
Yeah, probably. So what we were doing was, let's say, we noticed some issues because we were running our software at a higher frequency than it usually runs on the actual car. And this is the kind of things that in simulation don't really show up, okay? So these kind of issues show up on the actual car, and it did today. And this somehow also affected the performance. The controls of the car were a bit jerky, and this was a safety issue. So for this reason, the car was stopped. But besides this, it was also going a bit too fast, but that's because we were a bit aggressive. So that's not necessarily a problem, but we need to slow down, let's say. So yeah, we were going too fast in frequency and too fast in acceleration. So I would say we were aiming too high for this one. So that's why I'm smiling, because it's not bad, but of course for the points and the championship it looks bad. But from our development side, let's say it's not a bad thing. So in the end it's okay. We will keep growing faster. Let's say we will keep go faster in the next rounds.
Well, you have to aim high, don't you? That's the point of season beta. And obviously, the fact that you made it to the start of the grid, you still get those really important 500 points. So there's always some points up for grabs, even just making it to the start line. But you said as well before, you've obviously been working on a few different things coming into rounds 3 and 4. You said you think you've kind of worked on the algorithms a bit more and made a better path. Is that correct? And, you know, is that something you'll now look to implement into round 4?
Well, we'll have to have a discussion about this with team later. We haven't made a decision yet, but of course, yes. What we're aiming for is to keep pushing, you know, our software and our limits further and further. So we will try to, I think we will try to do that. But a decision on next event still has to be taken. So we'll see.
And in terms of those frequencies that you just spoke of, are you now going to decrease them for round 4? Are you going to try and keep to what you think works on the simulation and try and implement that into the Bedford track? There's a lot to work out, isn't there?
Yeah. It is. But as I said, it's not. You know, it's something that could be potentially can be fixed easily. So I'm not that worried. Let's say about that. So we'll see. Okay.
Well, Danilo, if you're not worried, I'm not going to be worried. You're still smiling. I'm still smiling over here. Come on, Team Pisa, you got this. Round 4. I'm sure it's going to work out for you guys.
Yeah.
Good luck for next round.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rachel. See you soon.
Thank you.
Bye. Done?
Yes, I think so. We just hold it just so they can cut us. Thank you so much. Good luck for the next round, mate. I hope it goes better. Bye.
Thank you. It's been nice to meet you. Bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye.
And we're joined now by Martin Wöhrle. Martin, first of all, very basic question for you. What's an automotive innovation scout? What's that What does it involve?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, there's a lot of disruption now going on in automotive industry, and Automotive Innovation Scout finds the cool technology which are transferable from other industries and areas, and can enrich automotive industry. So an innovation is nothing like an invention. It's more something where you combine good technologies and applications.
Isn't that when technology really starts to move fast, when you combine ideas rather than trying to develop a new one from scratch?
Yes, that accelerates the whole story. And for that reason, we also have to combine investment as well as the storytelling of the application, because that really boosts the whole technology then in the industry.
So I'm already starting to get an idea of why you would be so drawn to Roborace, because for an automotive innovation scout, as far as automotive innovation goes, it doesn't get much more cutting edge than Roborace, right? What is it about? What's happening in Roborace that's really catching your eye?
I mean, the really cool thing is that you have the academia, you have the startups, and you utilize their knowledge, their technology on really professional vehicles. And that's a really extremely good playground and also a good scouting area where we can have a look on the cool technologies which really work well, also the collaboration between different startups and technologies, and then can consider to utilize the one or the other.
And of course, Roborace are playing around with new technologies like LiDAR, as well as radar, GPS, also 5G. Is there one particular area that that really interests you?
I mean, the electrification, this is already quite set. I mean, that's part of the vehicle. The autonomous is main part of the race. I would emphasize maybe a little bit more on the communication stack, especially when it comes to not just the cooperative autonomous driving, but also the coordinated automated driving, because to introduce that in the urban areas, in the mega cities, you need to have some coordination between the autonomous systems, and this is something maybe you can increase or add for the next season, and that's quite interesting for me to look at those kind of technologies.
Oh, okay. So if you were advising Roborace then on our technology that they can incorporate for the future to further develop the series, would that be the main area for you?
Yes, that's one thing. The other thing is also some practical stuff. I mean, if you have an automated or autonomous vehicle, you also need some automated charging. And that could be maybe also included in the regulation of the Roborace.
Okay, I'm sure Chip and the guys are watching this interview with interest. Martin, I mean, you've worked for more than 30 years in the automotive industry at BMW and Hyundai, I believe. What are the key elements do you feel for a successful future now in the automotive industry?
Right. So what you can see is that the simplification of the product, this is a key element which really helps to significantly bring the price, the cost of the vehicle down. So the ICE engine was already replaced, and then the second is that the domains are newly arranged, like the drivetrain, the in-cabin, the communication stack, and also the autonomous parts. But so one probably critical element will be the operation system still in this kind of vehicles, to simplify that, to standardize that, to have some better interface between the components, the subsystems like a top hat or chassis in the future. So and the second one will be probably the smart collaboration between the partners, especially from different industries.
Okay, well, that's fascinating to hear your viewpoint, Martin, and I'm sure you're going to be watching there very keenly for the rest of this weekend, the action on track at Bedford. I hope you enjoy it.
Definitely.
Thanks for talking to us. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Our presenting team has grown this week, and we've got Sof Fraval joining us from the US. He's with Mike Sokolov from Roborace, and together they've been reading through the live stream comments as they come through. Sof, welcome to Roborace. How's it going so far?
Some Q&A from fans. So welcome back, and we've got Mike again back with us to this time answer some Q&A from our fans. So really excited to get into this. Hey Mike, how you doing?
Super good.
Awesome. Okay, so you ready for this?
Actually,
first question.
It's such a pleasure to watch the race. It's actually all running much better than previous times. So I'm super happy actually. And
awesome.
I like the chat. Thanks a lot, guys, for all the questions and the energy you give us.
Very cool. So yeah, first question is from 113_gaming, and he's asking, the aerodynamics of the cars look very nice. Did they take an existing shell or did they take one from the ground up?
Actually, it's kind of slightly changed body shell of a standard Ginetta LMP3 car, because for DevBot, because it was intentionally made a kind of like testing car, onboarding car for the teams, So we didn't actually design it that much specifically. So we just took a standard body shell with some design improvements, and that's it. So you can check on Google what is Ginetta LMP3.
Yeah, I checked it. It's like 250,000 plus pounds or something. It's quite an expensive vehicle. Very cool. Yeah, so another question we got here from Sopelk. What's the biggest achievement for the Roborace since 2015?
I would say that the main achievement for me especially is that we eventually started the actual competition, because it was like several years of preparations, making the cars, testing the stuff, developing the software, developing the platforms, because initially we started with we tried using some technologies from other motorsports like Formula 1, Formula E, telemetry, some other radio technologies, other like race control things and stuff like that. But we realized, that for autonomous racing, you need to redevelop that all from scratch. So actually, we developed a lot of our own technologies. And actually, what happens now on the racetrack all uses our own in-house developed stuff, including the metaverse. But actually, the visual part of the metaverse is developed by our partner company, which is called Drivecast. But most of other technologies, including telemetry stuff, race control, the competition logic, because it's also automated and scripted. It's how we actually check how the cars actually perform on the racetrack. That's all our own in-house development. So we're actually kind of software company.
Very cool. So our next question is from Wireless Rick. Is there a new prototype in development for season 1? And I think we touched on this in the first segment.
Yeah. Metabot is mostly the thing that we developed for season 1. As I mentioned, we're gonna introduce lots of things there. So we're also gonna allow the teams to introduce their own hardware, because now they all do the stuff on top of our hardware of the same hardware configuration. But actually, for the new car, they're all going to be able to bring their own compute systems, their own sensors, that kind of stuff. But the drivetrain will be, and the main shell is going to be like a original Roborace thing. And when I mentioned one important thing, when I mentioned Ginetta LMP3, it doesn't mean we take the whole car, because LMP3 is a combustion engine thing. We did a lot of improvements of this thing to bring there the electric drivetrain made by Arrival, actually, because Arrival is our technology partner for the vehicles, and also Metabot and the Robocar. They're all cars are also developed in collaboration with Arrival.
So the next question is from RoboDudes4. He's curious to know how much does one of these cars cost? Because it sounds like you've got the vehicle and then you got all the hardware as well. So.
Okay, it actually depends on how, if we're talking about DevBot or Robocar, it depends on how it's stuffed with electric motors, batteries, and that kind of stuff. But these cars unfortunately are pretty much expensive. So it's kind of like this model of DevBot is something like 700K. It may actually, if you stuff it with like 4 motors and stuff like that, or if you're talking about Robocar, it actually costs around $1 million. And for MetaBit, we're also solving the cost problem, so we're designing it to make it less expensive. Because actually, this high cost actually makes the teams kind of shy, because they definitely don't want to crash it, because it's a kind of expensive crashes. So we're also thinking about making crashes less expensive with introducing less expensive car model.
Awesome, very cool. So D. Hoffy has a question: how many laps can the car do on one battery, or battery-wise? One charge.
How many laps? It depends on the actual racing track, because the length of this track is different. It takes different time. But actually it depends on on acceleration speeds and stuff like that. Actually how the car is performing. So it may actually vary from 25 to 40 minutes. And you may count. If you go above 200 kph, it may probably go for like just 20 minutes, I would say. Especially if you do lots of like braking and acceleration. Acceleration actually takes a lot of energy.
Very cool. Oh, cool. Well, thanks, Mike. I think that's all we have time for right now. Sorry if we didn't answer your question on Twitch, but yeah, really appreciate getting all those questions. If we have more time later, maybe we'll come back to it. So yeah, thanks a lot, Mike, for your time.
One important thing, actually, I forgot to say that the compute system also takes a lot of energy. It's like half of the whole energy being consumed by the car. Actually, it was surprising for me, but compute system takes a lot. So, sorry, I interrupted you, but it was important for me to share this thought.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing. You'll be back on tomorrow morning, so we can definitely cover this more. So thanks all, guys.
Oh, of course, I'm still here. Yeah.
Nice.
This is DevBot 2.0. At the core is a Janetta LMP3 chassis, a class-dominating prototype that was stripped of everything: drivetrain, engine, gearbox, and driver. Roborace took the core chassis and fitted a bespoke electrical powertrain, cutting-edge sensor technology, and, using innovation from the farthest reaches of autonomous driving, created a custom-made racing platform capable of competing on track by itself. It's an all-electric racing car, generating over 350 bhp and able to sustain speeds of 150 miles per hour in full autonomous mode. It has 4 types of autonomous driving sensors: GPS, LiDAR, camera, and radar. It needs all of them to accurately drive itself at these ultra-high speeds on track. With a small nod to its Le Mans ancestry, the DevBot can be fitted with a human driver's seat to help accelerate the pace of learning when not in competition mode. But this is race weekend, and human drivers are not welcome in this motorsport. This is Roborace.
So 3 teams down then so far at Bedford Autodrome at round 3 of this season beta for the Roborace Championship. And that means that we're just past the halfway point of the day. Our next team out on track are on something of a roll after victory in both rounds 1 and 2. They are, of course, Arrival Racing.
Team Arrival Racing are arguably one of the most experienced teams in Roborace, having been part of the competition since the very beginning. They were a strong contender in the 2019 Season Alpha Championship, taking wins through the year and becoming one of the top teams. Arrival Racing proved they have the speed and reliability and have been working throughout the off-season in preparation for the 2020 Season Beta. Expect them to be fast from the first lap.
And we're joined now by Alexei Skabelkin from Team Arrival, who, of course, lead the championship going into rounds 3 and 4. Alexei, thank you for joining us. We're looking forward to seeing you guys back on track today. But first of all, let's just take a quick look back to Thruxton, rounds 1 and 2. Did you expect to be so strong there?
Yes. So we have a couple of new approaches in terms of path planning and path matching in there. And we expect to be a little bit faster and a little bit more precise in terms of path matching and localization stuff.
Okay, so in terms of the improvements that you're making from Thruxton to here, is it a case of small incremental changes, or are you trying something completely new?
Yeah, for now we are preparing the software for the next generation, let's say, or iteration of the racing. It will be dynamic racing. So we are preparing our software for dynamic obstacle avoidance. And for this particular race, we want to be on the safe side, and we've implemented like small improvements and small changes into our software comparing to our previous and very successful runs.
Okay, we've seen at least one successful run already so far at the Bedford Autodrome out there on the North Circuit. It looks like Acronis SIT have come out fighting this week after their disappointment, of course, at Thruxton. Were you able to see that run, Alexei, or were you too busy focusing on the job at hand for you guys?
I didn't see anything yet, so yeah, I don't know the results of previous teams. But yeah, looks like we have the real competitors here.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to seeing the response from Arrival Racing now to the challenge laid down by Acronis. Alexei, best of luck today, and we'll speak to you after your run.
Okay, thanks, Matt. See you.
See you soon. Well, it looks like Arrival have arrived at Bedford. They're ready for their race attempt today. And I think it's fair to say, Rach and Andy, of course, our commentator for the racing down in Bedford, these guys have got to be the favourites, haven't they? They were so dominant last time out at Thruxton. They've got that pedigree as well from last year. And speaking to Alexei there, Rach, he just seemed really confident that they don't have to make big changes. They don't have to take big risks here.
Well, they don't, do they? I think every other team has said that Arrival are the ones to watch, and that's the benchmark, like you said. They're all looking at them. They've been around in this championship for a couple of years now, since it kind of began itself. So I guess that's where they've got an advantage over everyone else. They've got all this time in the depot, haven't they? They know exactly how it works. they've already had the testing, which the other teams possibly haven't done. And that's why we're just seeing them there get straight out of the garage, straight onto the track. I'm sure they'll have no problem either with Reese jumping out. That's the safety car driver. And then they'll go, straight off and make a great 6 laps. We're kind of predicting this. I don't want to have the commentator curse, but I'm not technically the commentator. That's for Andy's. That's Andy's job to curse the teams out on track. But yeah, they're the ones. They're definitely the ones to beat, aren't they, Andy?
Yeah, you're after my job now, aren't you, Rachel? If anyone's going to put the knockers on a team, it's going to be me, all right? That is something I've proven myself as being very good at already, actually, today. I seem to remember when ARG were out there, I said how well things were going, and then not 5 seconds later, the car ground to a halt. But yeah, hopefully, Arrival Racing will not have any similar problems. I somehow don't think they will, because they've proven, as you guys were just saying, not only how quick they are, but how reliable they are too. They're the only team that have been able to get out every time we've seen them, really, and run faultlessly. Both of their runs at Thruxton last time went without a hitch, but even they showed some improvement from day 1 to day 2. They got 55 collectibles on day 2, which was the best score that any team got from the Metaverse at Thruxton. They only got 29 on day 1, so even the team that is setting the benchmark are still finding ways to improve, and they'll be looking to improve again upon that today. We saw SIT, beating their collectible score from Thruxton earlier on this afternoon, and I'm sure that Arrival Racing will want to do the same. So championship leaders then, Arrival Racing, they arrive here at Bedford, some 400 points clear of Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, and they'll be hoping that they can extend that margin. But given how strong SIT were earlier on, that's not going to be that easy. Remember, SIT was setting lap times, very consistent lap times and very quick lap times. Their clear time was near enough exactly 8 minutes. A total time, once the Metaverse scores were taken into account, of 7 minutes and 7 seconds. So we'll work off the clear time first, and that will give us some sort of an idea of what sort of pace Arrival Racing are on. I remind you, we have this new format for rounds 3 and 4 with 6 laps, 3 of them being free laps and 3 of them being Metaverse laps. The first lap is a free lap, the second lap is a Metaverse lap, and they alternate throughout the remaining 6 laps. So for the fastest individual lap we've seen so far was a 1 minute 16 from SIT. In fact, they did 2 1 minute 16s on their second and third free laps. So we'll see if Arrival can get down to that sort of pace in a few moments, because Reese is out of the car. The safety driver then is in a very familiar position of being driven down the racetrack, although not in the DevBot, this time in one of the BMW course cars. It pulls out of the way, and Arrival Racing now prepare themselves for their run here in round number 3 of season beta for Roborace. 26.5 minutes left on the clock, but they won't be overly concerned about that. Well, we've done all this bigging up now of Arrival Racing, and you watch, they'll have some sort of a problem now, but they have been faultless up until this point. There's a real sense of expectation that seems to rise amongst us when Arrival take to the track, because we know we're about to see, in theory, the absolute pinnacle of what Roborace and the DevBot can do at this stage of its development. So a hush of anticipation starts to build around the Bedford Autodrome, the North Circuit in use this week for rounds 3 and 4, as the light flashes on top of the DevBot 2.0 to tell us that it's in autonomous mode. And any second now, the car should start its run. 6 laps to be completed then, not just the overall time, but the Metaverse score that has to be calculated to give us the end result. And Arrival are away, but that was not quite the squeaky clean start I was expecting. It's a very stop-start this, isn't it? What's going on here? Arrival with a very jumpy start there. The car, as it left the line, sort of veered to the left a bit. I was getting flashbacks to SIT at Thruxton a month or so ago then. Thankfully stayed on the black stuff, but then it accelerated and stopped again. So that was a little strange. Certainly will have lost a few seconds there. SIT's first lap was a 1 minute 19 from a standing start. So we'll compare that to what we see here from Arrival Racing. At the bottom of the screen you can see the time. The time in the box is the total time, the clear time I should say. And then underneath, we'll calculate, once we get into the metaverse laps, what the various collectible and obstacle scores mean. But it does look as though this is going to be a slightly slower first lap here from Arrival Racing. British team, of course, the only British team in the competition. On home ground, therefore, for these first few events of season beta. Bedford Autodrome, this is truly a unique racetrack, not anything like the challenge that we faced at Thruxton last time. Where is the car? It's about to come across the line, I think, and complete the first lap, which it has done there. And yeah, I reckon that's a good 3 or 4 seconds slower there than SIT's first lap was. We now, though, enter the metaverse lap. Lap 2 is the first chance that the team has to score some bonuses here. And as it makes its way around the first sequence of corners there, you can see the collectibles start to get racked up. The car weaving around, definitely slowing down in order to collect those bonuses. 8 collected through that first little sequence. The score to beat on the collectible front is 58. 58 collectibles were collected by Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous, and they hit only the one obstacle. And as you can see there, Arrival have 13 as they go out of the head. And so we're halfway around this first metaverse lap, and they are on track, I would say, at this stage, to at least match the score set by SIT earlier on. What is their overall speed like? That's the big question. SIT's first metaverse lap time was 1 minute 21 there or thereabouts. And this, I don't think, is going to be as quick as that. So Arrival, yes, they're scoring well, but are they going quickly enough to win once again here in round 3, as they did in both rounds 1 and 2 last time out? Well, let's see what this lap time is then. Across the line they come, lap number 2 in the books, the first of the metaverse laps. And well, actually no, that is about a 1 minute 21, so they've matched SIT on their first metaverse lap, but they dropped those 3 or 4 seconds on the first of the 3 laps. We're into another of those 3 laps now, so flat out, fast as you can go for Arrival Racing. So they weave their way out through that chicane at turns 1 and 2. Their strategy at Thruxton was definitely one of, going slow to go fast in a way. They really did prioritise scoring well from the metaverse at the expense of ultimate lap time. Now, that was a winning strategy last time, but I think with SIT's strides forward that they've made, Arrival might have to go a little bit quicker here if they're going to retain their top spot. Speed builds up and over 130 kilometres an hour, approaching 140, just touching 140 as they head into the chicane. We saw SIT reaching speeds of around 140 kilometres an hour too, or around 86 or 87 miles an hour for those of you that prefer that measure. And then the speed slows again through the final couple of corners. Right, 1 minute 16 lap time that they're really trying to get down to. This looks quick, actually. Out of the final corner, is it going to be a new fastest lap of the day? It is, yeah, I reckon about half a second or so quicker than SIT. So they're just clawing back that time, and now they've got another chance to try and take some time off with the collectibles. Slight change to the way that it all works this week at Bedford. 5 seconds are added onto your time for each obstacle we hit. Well, that was only 2 seconds last time at Thruxton, whilst the collectibles are now worth less than they were last time out, only 1 second per collectible. So they've saved 25 seconds so far, but look, they have got an obstacle, so that's an extra 5 seconds added on, a net gain of, well, now a little bit more because they're up to 31, so a net gain of about 26 seconds up to this stage. Back out of the hairpin, along the back straight again. This is going to be tight, isn't it? Remember, the lap times here are pretty even to those that we were seeing from SIT, but if they're going to beat SIT, they're going to have to get, I reckon, around 60 of these collectibles. That knocks a minute off your time, and that could be what really makes the difference here. Through the penultimate corner again. Just picking up an extra few. We're up to 34 now, into the final corner again. Wide line, look at that, really having to go off the racing line to try and get the collectibles, but it works. They pick another 6 or 7 even up through the final turn. We're up to 42 now. They've got 2 more laps to go. 1 free lap, 1 metaverse lap. That was a 1 minute 23, which is a second quicker than SIT's 4th lap was, the equivalent lap of SIT's run. So they're pretty level pegging now, I think. Arrival have more or less regained the time that they lost from that slightly iffy start. Be interested to hear maybe from the team after this what the reason for that slightly jumpy start was. Sure, Rachel will be able to get to the bottom of that a little bit later on. Right, we're on the final free lap and the car has stopped! Arrival Racing have stopped! I do not believe it! The team that could do no wrong at Thruxton have come crawling to a halt out of the hairpin, and this is surely going to cost them a victory in round number 3. And if they fall outside of the top 2 at the end of the day, they won't even score any points at all. So this could be absolutely disastrous. Arrival Racing then stopped out on circuit on their penultimate lap. They were doing so well. They were clawing back the time they'd lost after a slow start. And now, for whatever reason, the car is not moving. There must have been a problem that the onboard software has detected. And so the car, whenever something like that happens, the car will just stop, just from a safety point of view, so it doesn't get completely confused and drive into something. But this could be a number of things, really. We've seen earlier on this season GPS being an issue. You can see that the weather is closing in a bit now. There's a bit of fog, a bit of mist, certainly a bit of a breeze in the air at Bedford, so maybe the weather has had an effect on the GPS. But all of the cars run various systems, things like the LiDAR system that is supposed to help them if GPS signal is lost, but sometimes that can still all fail, and when that happens, the car just stops moving. And that looked like that to me, because there was no sign of any problem there, was there? It was accelerating into the hairpin, it started to slow for the corner, it's even vaguely on the right racing line, so it doesn't look as though it was veering off track. But there you can see Reese getting back out of the car. We're seeing an awful lot of Reese today, aren't we? Our safety driver, test driver and mechanic as well at Roborace. And he climbs into the car, just checks that everything is as it should be, and he will jump on board and bring it back. Now, remember, this is not necessarily it for Arrival Racing, because they still have time to restart this run. They'd have to go right the way back to lap 1 again, though, so they have to leave themselves enough time to get all 6 laps back in, but they're allowed up to 1 second attempt to get their 6 laps in. I'm hearing it's a braking system failure that has led to Arrival's premature stop. Now, whether they can get that sorted or not awaits to be seen, but real drama here as Arrival Racing, the pre-event favourites, have hit trouble on their first attempt here at their run in round number 3 of the championship. Well, what you can see here is the car that Arrival Racing's AI driver was plugged into. It's back in the garage. Now we're learning a bit more about what this braking problem was. It was a system failure on the DevBot itself, not an Arrival Racing issue. It was an issue with the car. So as a result, Roborace have agreed that Arrival can transfer their AI driver into the spare car, which is parked just alongside this one in the garage. There it is. That is the Acronis SIT liveried car. And so it is there to be used by the other teams if there's a problem with the original car. So that's thankfully what they're able to do. So Arrival will now get to have another go at this. The clock is being reset, we're hearing, at 19 minutes. So that gives them ample time to get out there and do their 6 laps again. But that first attempt does count as an aborted run. So it is now, they're on a bit of a knife edge. If they have a problem, then they can't go again after this, if you see what I mean. So even though the problem wasn't actually of Arrival's making, it still has put the pressure on them somewhat as they prepare to go back out there again. Well, Matt, drama here then for Arrival. Might not have been their fault, but they're certainly going to be feeling the nerves now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, unfortunately, as you said, not their fault, but it does count as an aborted run. So that's really unfortunate for them. The clock's going to restart on 19 minutes. Plenty of time for them to get through it, as you said, Andy. But they've got to make this one count. And do you know what? I really like this, that they get the chance now to put the AI driver into the SIT car. That's what Roborace is about as well. It's all about sharing the love, sharing the tech, and moving forward together, because let's not forget, it was SIT who set the benchmark today, and Arrival were looking to surpass that benchmark. And if they can do it in SIT's car, that would be an extra, let's say, interesting dimension to today's events.
It's typical, isn't it? We've spent the whole build-up to this event saying, well, Arrival are going to win, surely. They were way quicker than everyone else at Thruxton. They're the ones that everyone's trying to beat. They're the most experienced team. But, Rachel, this proves, doesn't it, that Roborace is truly unpredictable. You never know what's around the corner.
It also predicts that, or also says, sorry, that maybe we did say something that's due to the commentator's curse. Where I was like, yeah, they're going to smash it. It doesn't matter. And you also backed it up. So possibly hands up there. Sorry guys, it was our fault. But they were doing so well. I would like to still speak to Alexi about that jumpy start that you kept mentioning there, Andy. And maybe that was something to do with the problems they had at the end. That was a car fault and maybe not Arrival's fault there. But I think they got up to 42 collectibles and only one object they'd hit when that error happened on the fifth lap, of 6. So it looked like they were getting up to speed, didn't it? And really kind of pushing on when it matters. But 19 minutes now, they do have to try and get 6 successful laps under their belt. Reese is back in. You're really getting the money's worth out of Reese today, but I'm sure he loves it. I really want to know, actually, I keep seeing it there, that green, what to me looks like a face. It's now turned yellow, now gone green again. And I was like, oh, if it has that, the mouth which is straight across, does that mean it's not very happy? Does it smile if it's on full autonomous mode and going really fast? I really want to know that. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, if it's on a really good lap, they should put a smiley face there, shouldn't they? If it's losing a bit of time, then maybe a frowny face. There's an idea, maybe for next season.
Well, this is the mood, so I'm wondering if the green is really good, and then when it goes yellow, it's not sure. Like that. Green is good. I really want to know. Guys, help us out.
When we've got emojis appearing on racing cars, this really is the future, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, I think probably Arrival could think of a few choice emojis to express the way they were feeling about the breakdown first time around. But as Rachel said, they really recovered well, hadn't they, from that early setback, and they were on course with the collectibles, and I think they'd only hit one obstacle, which was the same as SIT. So yeah, maybe the emojis will be off the scale if they can pull this off in their great rivals car.
So the second attempt for Arrival Racing about to get underway then. The car is out on track. This is the spare car then, the car that is normally reserved for the Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous squad. And the car makes its way around then in the hands of Reese Smith, our test driver. And before too much longer, he will park the car up and hopefully the car will begin a clean and faultless 6 laps, as we sort of expected from Arrival Racing from the very beginning. So, up through the final couple of corners then, ready to try this again. Now, their pace was pretty strong in the first attempt until that braking issue, which I remind you was on the dev bot. It wasn't an issue with Arrival Racing software. They had programmed their ADS absolutely perfectly, but the issue with the dev bot itself was enough, sadly, to put them out of that first run. Frank, your mic's open to me. It's quite distracting. So, bottom of your screen, you can see the time, 16 3/4 minutes left. So, Arrival should be able to get this second attempt at their run completed. But as we've said, this is their second attempt, not although the first issue wasn't their fault because of the various time constraints we have here. This time of year, the light disappearing quite early. We've got to get through these remaining 3 teams, so they don't get another go after this. If it goes wrong this time, then it will be curtains for Arrival Racing. Not words I expected to be saying today. Really did think Arrival were going to be... I thought it might be close between Arrival and SIT, but for Arrival to falter there on their first attempt after SIT were pretty flawless when they came out earlier on. It was not the way I expected things to go. Arrival Racing, who were part of Roborace's early development, really. They developed the very first autonomous driving vehicle for Roborace, and in less than a year of development, actually, they took the first autonomous Roborace car from absolutely nothing to being able to complete 12 fully autonomous laps at a Formula E event in Marrakesh. This was back in 2016. Then 2 years later, they were responsible for the first successful autonomous run up the Goodwood Hill. You may have seen that at the Goodwood Festival of Speed a few years ago. They won the first ever autonomous race in Season Alpha at Monte Blanco, and they won the localization challenge at Zalazone in Hungary as well. So they've been winning right from the offset, and this is why we give them such high billing, because it would be a surprise in a way if Arrival weren't the team to beat. They have by far the most experience and the most silverware to show for it too. But Season Beta was always going to be the most competitive Roborace competition we've had yet, and I think it's building up to be that way. We've seen Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous set a really strong time. We still have 2 more teams to come after this as well, MIT Driverless and Carnegie Mellon University, who both were on the pace last time at Thruxton. Wait to see whether their metaverse systems are working maybe a bit better this time. Also watch with interest to see what this start is like for Arrival. Will they have that same swerve to the left and a bit of a stop-start run into the first corner? You'd imagine they might, because although it's a different car, it is the same AI driver, so it's programmed to do all of the same things. I don't think they'll have had any time to fix whatever that was. So if they do have a similarly slow start, that cost them about 4 or 5 seconds, and that could be crucial when we get to the end of the 6 laps. So with 14 minutes then remaining of their 30-minute window, Arrival Racing are pretty much good to go, I think, now for their second attempt here, round number 3 of Season Beta of Roborace, and it is the championship leading team that is on the start line next. Reese watching on there from the garage. He's tell you what, if he's been paid by the lap today, he's quids in, isn't he? He's spent a lot of time out on the circuit all week, really, in the build-up to the event, but even today, as various teams have run into some slight troubles. Seems a bit of a long wait here to get the car off the line. some teams seem to take longer to fire everything up and get going than others. Arrival, I seem to remember from Thruxton were one of those that sat there for a while. Don't think it's anything to worry about, but it's just a slightly eerie sight, isn't it? A completely empty car, no sign of life apart from that flashing light on the roof, which tells us that it is now in autonomous mode, but it's going nowhere for the time being. They will not send the car until they're sure that everything is working properly. Gives us a chance to really appreciate the really unique design of this DevBot. It's a Ginetta LMP3 chassis, so a chassis that we see racing in regular racing all around the world, but with an electric engine and obviously all of the very impressive autonomous systems on board and slight changes to the design. The front of the car in particular looks really striking, doesn't it? That's not how Ginetta designed it, it's how Roborace designed it, and it looks all the better for it, I have to say. Well, the car's been stationary here for about 2 minutes, and I am now starting to grow a little more concerned that the car hasn't gone anywhere yet. I don't think they would normally be sat there for quite this length of time. What is going on? I'm hearing... so they were picking up some unusual steering inputs, apparently, with the team, so they were just a bit hesitant to send it on the way, but they are hopeful of getting it onto its first lap pretty soon. They're going to have to get a move on here. Only 11.5 minutes to go. There it goes, and yeah, it does exactly the same thing. Look, swerves to the left-hand side of the road. Now, will it slow down again before it gets to the first corner? Yeah, hang on, that's not right. It does slow down. It jolts over to the right-hand side of the road. That looked even more dramatic than the first start that it made about 20 minutes or so ago. So that looks like it's something to do with the racing line, doesn't it? Watch whether it takes the same line at the end of the first lap. I'm not sure, didn't recall last time whether it managed to do that or not, but if it runs down the left-hand side of the road again, then maybe that's just the racing line they're programmed in, but it doesn't look quite right, does it? Down through the hairpin then at turn number 3. So just to reiterate the point, this is a free lap, so just a standard racing lap now. The metaverse comes into action on lap 2, 4 and 6. A little bit different to how we had it at Thruxton, where every lap was a metaverse lap. This time around they are having to adapt even more regularly, going from one challenge to another from lap to lap. This looks like a good opening lap. On their first attempt they did about a 1:24 first lap. Let's see if that little stutter at the start lost them any more time. If anything, I think they've gone quicker around the rest of the lap than they did on the first attempt. So this should be... Oh, no, the car's stopping again! Arrival is stopping again, coming out of the last corner. And that wasn't an elegant controlled stop. That was a slam on the brakes, lock up the wheels, almost like an emergency stop, really. So surely this can't be another issue with the DevBot, because it's a completely different car. So is that because they had those irregularities in the steering input again? If so, that suggests that it's an issue with Arrival's ADS. And if the car can't restart under its own steam now, this will be another aborted run. And Arrival Racing, the championship leaders, are not going to finish round number 3. They will score some points just for getting the car onto the start line. That's how the point system works. But you only score any extra points then if you can finish inside the top 2 in competitive runs. And Arrival Racing, well, even if they do get going now, surely their chances of getting into the top 2 are limited. We've already had 2 teams complete times, the slowest of which was Autonomous Racing Graz with a total time of 13 minutes and 43. Can Arrival get the car going again? They've got 9 minutes left of this run, so they'd be pushing it now, wouldn't they, to get round another 5 laps. And remember, they can't restart this run again. This was it. So we'll await news as to what the problem might be. But Arrival Racing in some big trouble here. I want it on record, by the way, that it was Rachel that cursed them first. I simply followed her lead. I wasn't going to big them up at all before this run, because motorsport, as we know, can bite even the strongest of competitors, and Arrival have been the strongest competitors in Roborace so far, certainly in what we've seen of season beta. And yeah, they're not going to be happy at all with how this has worked out. No sign of movement from the car. There's also no sign of the course car appearing with Reese on board. So, of course, Roborace are in contact with Arrival Racing, and if Arrival think they can fix this, then they will obviously be trying to do so. There is Reese, so he's not headed out onto the track to collect the car yet. That gives me some hope that maybe Arrival reckon they can get the car moving again. But this is the thing, there's so much to do now from a team's perspective. They've got to first of all work out what the problem is. Why did the car just stop? Then once they've figured that out, and that isn't the work of the moment, they've then got to figure out how to fix it. And then they've got to actually execute a fix, and they've got to do all of this remotely. None of the team members are here at the track. So they're having to do all of this with one arm tied behind their back, essentially. And it's not an easy job anyway. These cars, the systems on board these cars are so complex, and even some of the smartest brains in the business aren't able to simply click their fingers and solve the problem immediately. So Arrival will be thinking flat out now back at base to figure out precisely what they need to do. Such a flawless run that they had at Thruxton last time. Only one obstacle that they hit in round 2. It was by far the best use of the metaverse that we'd seen so far. And we heard them saying earlier on, didn't we, that they're already starting to think about what the next phase of Roborace competition might be, which is working on these dynamic obstacle avoidance systems, which essentially means they'll be able to deal with movable objects. Now, there we go. Car back going again. So, unofficially, their first lap is a 5 minutes 15, which is not the fastest we've seen today. Have they got time? Have they got time to get their remaining 5 laps in, though? Well, it's going to be close. They're going to have to go flat out, I think. I'm also a bit unclear as to whether the bottom of our screen, it says this is lap 1, and the fact there is no metaverse would perhaps suggest that that's the case. I'll wait for official word on that, but we're definitely not seeing the metaverse, are we? And it doesn't look like the AI is either, because this is just a traditional racing line being used, so perhaps they have been allowed to reset and go again. And they're going at what looks like a pretty impressive pace. The car didn't stop in the staging area though, did it? It's not like the car was stopping at the start line, if that makes sense. It stopped before then, so I don't think the car knew that it was resetting. Anyway, answers on a postcard, anyone that does know. The first full lap is completed, and it's 1 minute 15, which typically is the fastest lap that we've seen all day. But we'll have to see what this means for their end result. Right, we're into lap number 2. Do we have metaverse items to be negotiated? Yes, we do. So this is lap number 2 then for Arrival. They've obviously been given this extra go. We'll wait and see whether this counts as a legal run, but they are able to now have a third crack at this. So at the bottom of your screen, you can see in the yellow box is the overall time, up to 2 minutes now. Just underneath that, though, the ever-changing figure is the corrected, the metaverse corrected time. So you can see they've saved themselves about 12 seconds already through those 12 obstacles that they got through the first half of this lap. Because it was... Oh, no, it's weaving around again there down the back straight, and there are no obstacles down there. It doesn't look right, does it? Whereas at Thruxton, you always had the feeling that Arrival's car was on rails, really, just doing exactly what it was supposed to. Here, it just looks a little less predictable. It's jerking around, it's wobbling, it's not taking the lines you'd expect it to. In fairness, they've still not hit any obstacles, though, so it's working, but it doesn't look quite as clean as we've seen in the past from Arrival Racing. Across the line, then, a 1 minute 23 is the time, give or take a second or so, for lap number 2. And now they're on to another free lap then. Time ticks up to 3 minutes, 2 minutes 45 with the 15 seconds or 18 seconds that they've saved. Remember, it's 1 second per collectible, whereas each obstacle adds 5 seconds onto your time. So those obstacles are significantly more damaging this time than it was in the previous round at Thruxton. So hitting those obstacles can have an even bigger effect on your end time. Right, I've just been given the word. This is officially their final attempt at this run. So we are on lap 3. It is their second go at this. I'm guessing the decision was that because the first problem wasn't their fault, they've been allowed to reset their entire run, basically. So what we're seeing on the screen is correct. And that means that they're coming through now to the halfway point of their 6 laps, out of the final corner again, towards the start-finish line, then over the line they go, and it is another 1 minute 16, so within a few tenths of their first flying lap, and now we're back into the metaverse once more. So as it stands at the moment, they are a couple of seconds, I think, quicker than SIT, but SIT's collectible score was pretty high, wasn't it? 58 collectibles, just 1 obstacle. Can a rival beat it? Well, they've got an obstacle there through turn 2. I think that's the same obstacle that SIT hit as well, because it must be right on the line, and obviously the AI decides that it's worth picking up 1 penalty if it means that you can collect 3 or 4 of the bonuses. So again, adding to the decision making that has to be done by the ADS. It's not just a case of negotiating the obstacles. Sometimes you might have to hit an obstacle in order to save time through the collectibles. Up to well, not quite 140 kilometers now. They're 138, so fractionally slower than we saw from SIT. Nicely through the chicane. That's the quicker of the 2 chicanes there. A short flip-flop from the right to the left, and it's stopped again. A rival have stopped again for the 3rd time now. And surely this must be it. They've clearly got some sort of a problem here. Something is not speaking to something else, and it's just that lack of communication, if you like, is leading to the car just grinding to a halt. Time ticking away all of the time, remember, and a rival, despite the fact it looked like they might have been on a race-winning time, they can only keep doing this for so long, and I think this might be it for them. Really see the fog starting to close in around the car as well, and that could be a bit of a metaphor, couldn't it, for a rival's day today? Plenty of promise, but ultimately it all looks a bit gloomy for them now. And the lights die on the car, and this time the course car is leaving the pit lane, so that is going to be it, isn't it? Yeah, 30 seconds left on the clock. Arrival Racing then are not going to set a time. Despite 3 separate attempts at it, they've not been able to get to the completion of their 6 laps, and that means that the championship leaders are not going to score very well at all here at Bedford. They'll get another go at it tomorrow, but what they can do to fix these problems in the space of 24 hours, I'm not too sure. But this is a big blow for the team that arrived here at Bedford Autodrome as the clear favourites. The time is down to 0. That is it. Arrival Racing are out of round number 3. And what a dramatic last 30 minutes or so that was, with a couple of aborted attempts. It finally looked there like things were going pretty well. They were going quickly. They were scoring well from the metaverse. Sadly, their 3rd round ends with Reese, the test driver, getting back in and driving the car back to the pit lane himself. So, real drama here at Bedford. Still 2 teams to go, remember. MIT Driverless and Carnegie Mellon University, the 2 American teams, are going to be the last 2 to run. And, well, if they can just have, if either one of those 2 can have a clean 6 laps, they should have a chance of breaking into the top 2 now, because Team Pisa never set a time. ARG's time was a very slow one because they were testing this new ADS software. So with a rival's demise now, the door is well and truly left open for MIT or Carnegie Mellon University to come in and steal some big points here from round 3.
Well, that was not to be expected. And Matt, I feel like I should take the blame for that. The fact that I kind of spoke it up a little bit in the beginning of the race. And Andy even blamed me. It's not my fault, guys. I'm not in charge of what happens out there at Bedford. I'm sitting in London, okay, FYI. But I mean, can't actually believe what just happened there. Obviously, the beginning of the Roborace's fault. Then it looked like it was a rival's fault. We're going to speak to Alexei in a short while, and hopefully he can tell us exactly what happened with the team who have been sitting pretty at the top of the table for round 1 and 2. Anything can happen in Roborace, Matt. That's why we're here. That's why it's exciting. That's why everyone at home should be loving it right now.
Yeah, well, I think the first thing you're going to have to do when you speak to Alexei is apologise to him for the commentator's curse. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that term, but it's all your fault, Rachel. And yeah, big shock. So a rival racing then, the favourites really going into this weekend after their performance last time at Thruxton, and of course the great pedigree that they've got as well. Something just seemed to scupper every attempt that they made at Bedford today. And as a result of that, we can take a look at the classification graphic, and we'll see, of course, no time set by Rival Racing, and that's the big news today. They are out of round 3, as are the University of Pisa earlier on, which means that Autonomous Racing Graz, despite their eminently slower time than Acronis, they still hang on to second spot. And I should just say, for the eagle-eyed amongst you out there who may have noticed a slight change there to the times, there was a duplication of a metaverse component that was detected during those first 2 runs. They were giving out too many bonuses, so that's been adjusted. It's only a slight difference to the times, and of course no change to the order, as it did affect both teams. But Rach, time for you to grovel, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thought you might say that. Well, I think we can now be joined once again by Alexei, team principal of Rival Racing. Alexei, I mean, we're all in a little bit of shock, I'm sure, as you are right now. Mixed emotions of what we just saw happen on the track for a rival at Bedford. Explain a little bit more of what went wrong, if you can, please.
Okay, so unfortunately the luck was not with us today, let's say. We've tried to beat the time and complete whole 6 laps 3 times, and first time there was a brake issue, so that this is not let's say our fault. This is fault with the car, with the Roborace car itself. So then we've swapped the car and launched the new car, which was an Acronis car with our software. Then we noticed that our counter was not launched. Then Roborace needed to stop the car again, and then the Roborace needed to launch the car again with loaded counter. Then after like 4 or 5 laps, there was an V2X timeout. So again, this is not an ADS fault. This is fault of the Roborace and the Roborace platform. Also, I'm not honestly, I'm not agree that we are out of this race. We showed some time. We complete almost all laps, and possibly we should estimate what time we will have at the 6th lap.
Okay, so you're still questioning whether actually you should be counted as a DNF or you should still be allowed a time. Okay, we'll get an answer on that as quickly as we can. I did actually want to just bring to attention something else that we noted, actually. The fact that you seem to have quite, I guess, a glitchy, jumpy start on all occasions. Is that something that you guys were aware of and, you know, were a little bit worried about?
Yeah, we...
We're having a few technical problems. Alexei, we'll try and get you back as soon as possible. Obviously, we're broadcasting all over the world, so technical problems happen. I think we can hear you again now, Alexei. Yeah, tell us a little bit about the problems it looked like you and Team Arrival were having at the beginning, at the start of each run. It looked like the car was swerving and stopping a little bit.
Again, we just noticed that we haven't the very smooth racing line at the very beginning, at the very start, and this point should be investigated by us right now, and we will understand what's the reason of this behavior. But this is not the root of the problem itself.
Yeah, great. Alexi, thank you so much for trying to make us understand the problems that you had. And like I mentioned earlier, we will try and shed some light on whether you guys are out or we can give you a time. Fingers crossed for you and the team, and we hope you go slightly better in round 4. Thank you for chatting to us, Alexi.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys are in for a real treat right now. Soph has got none other than the world-famous security hacker George Hotz live with us right now. Get your popcorn out.
GPS based? Like follow track?
Hey guys,
actually, you know,
this is Soph. We're back here on with our guests. So we've got welcome back, Mike Sokolov, and then welcome to the party, George Hotz. So awesome to have you guys together. I'm just going to start off with a kind of a fun question. So which is more important, the track or the street?
Oh yeah,
George,
Well,
you want to take this one?
Waymo treats the track like a street. So on the track, you're actually using the GPS is a good idea.
Nice.
If you're driving on the track, assuming, do you drive yourself or do you drive with other cars on the track too? Like,
what do you mean?
Is it time trials or?
Yep.
So maybe I should give a little bit of background. So George doesn't really know much about Roborace at this time. So maybe Mike, you want to just give him a little bit of an overview, and maybe then you guys can see the crossover between the tech.
Okay, I'll do that. So actually, for the moment, you know, we run so-called season beta. It's not like the first season. The first season is going to be the next season, supposed to be. But now we run like a kind of some kind of trial season. But it's an actual competition. But you know, it's still far from actual racing. That's why the teams actually race against like it's time trial, as you said.
Yeah.
We actually give the teams equal cars. They even share the cars. So, you know, for instance, SIT uses their own car, but it's the same configuration, and other teams share another dev board. Actually, the dev board is stuffed with all sensors you can imagine. It's like 5 lidars, cameras, ultrasonics, 2 radars, front and rear. It's like ultimate set of sensors.
Why do I need any of that? If I'm doing time trials, why can't I just do the exact same GPS line every time?
Exactly, and that's actually, you know, DevBot was made as a kind of like, you know, testing system, onboarding system for the teams. And of course, you know, for this particular kind of challenge, the teams do not need that much set of sensors, you know, for localization and stuff like that. And you're absolutely right. They are mostly using GPS for localization because it's pretty much enough for doing that kind of challenge so far at this stage.
I can get 10 centimeters. It's an open air, you know, if I have a good antenna, maybe 2 antennas.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. And that's what they are doing now. But for the further challenges, of course, the competition going to be more and more complicated, especially when we come to the actual wheel-to-wheel race. And of course, it's going to be, you know, you have to use other sensors then. It's still up to you what sensors to use. We don't push them, the teams, to use all the sensors. It's up to the every team what sensors they want to rely on mostly. But we give them like a kind of like comprehensive kind of set of sensors.
If you're doing time trials, how different are the teams? And are some like considerably repeatably better than others? Like they built like their control modeling is better and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question because, you know, indeed, the teams that just started, they're actually pretty much close to each other, and you can see that similarity for the newcomer teams. But more mature teams actually are more brave. They go much higher speeds, and these teams are usually going much faster. But I believe.
Oh, I imagine this is true about humans too. I imagine all the times are pretty close. If you put like expert race car drivers in the same car. Yeah. So I wonder where there's more spread. Well, who's not going full speed? Who's not flooring it on the straightaways? Some teams aren't.
Yeah, because we still have lots of technical issues, so that's why we have crashes. You've seen the crash. As you,
how much they have to pay if they break your car?
This crash was around 100K, kind of fail.
100K?
Yeah, because the car is. Yeah, the car is super expensive. That's why the teams are.
We stuck a GPS in a Prius.
Exactly. Yeah. I can understand your reaction. Absolutely. Yeah. So of course, for the moment, we are really underperforming. That's clear. But
you gave people cars that are over $100,000 who can't drive in a.
Like some of them are millions, but.
Car,
It's not about the car. It's mostly about the software. So
that's what I'm saying. Give them an RC car and a neon.
Okay, you're very welcome to join as a team. So we'll be happy to see you racing against others.
Yeah, George, do you think your device, your Comma AI device, would be able to run on one of these things?
I mean, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. If the cars are nicely controllable. So, I mean, we don't really have much like, our thing's not designed for racing. We have some old code which does it when we did the racetracks. But for racing, it's very different from driving on the road. Driving on the road is a much more dynamic problem. Racing is much more static. You just want to figure out an exact model for the car. You want to optimize all offline, the exact line that you want to drive, and then you want to drive that line as close as possible.
Yeah, but I think they can help each other, because when you're going to have other cars on the track at the same time, then they're going to have to avoid each other. I think that's what this metaverse is, this virtual objects which are moving into the next season, which is really interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, once you have other cars, you also have to consider drafting. I think that's the biggest thing. You're gonna have to get in behind the cars. You're gonna have to. I mean, I guess that's what humans are doing intuitively. They're modeling the air, right? Every race car driver, you gotta get right behind the other car, and you need a lot less power. So if you have evenly matched cars, the lead car's at a big disadvantage breaking the air.
So what do you say, George? You're gonna enter the join one of the teams or something, or start your own team?
Oh no, especially when there's other cars, I'm totally gonna crash it. I don't. Whoa. You're gonna have some expensive crashes when you put multiple things of these on.
Yeah, for sure. So how do you think that your system might be able to help? Even if you didn't enter your software, I mean, you think there's crossover there?
I mean, not really. There's not many parts of it I'd really use. I hope that the actuators in those cars are considerably better than what's in the production vehicles, if they were designed with the purpose of being computer controlled. I mean, it's open source. You could look at it, but if I were really trying to win this race, I'd write something entirely from scratch.
Cool. And then what do you think, Mike, on your side? Do you think the other way around, you could help George in any way?
Probably, yes, because, what we've realized, because, we were doing our own experiments with the RoboCar at much higher speeds. And, for instance, when you go 200 kph, it's not that much, similar to what you have when you driving at city speeds. It all becomes much more different. You should rely a lot on what tire model you have, what vehicle dynamics model you have, and it's mostly becomes a kind of mathematical kind of exercise then at that high speed. So these cars were designed for that kind of racing. Of course, not for the present state of the race. Of course, it's going to be developing. So please don't judge on what I see now. Of course, for the further rounds, it's going to be like higher and higher speed. And then when we come to like say 200 kph, it's going to be much more interesting story then. And and how software actually deals with all those things happening on that high speeds.
So
it's not just about localization, but
yeah, with it being open source. Sorry, go ahead, George.
It's not about localization at all. Yeah, this is what I imagine. I imagine it's very quickly going to turn into like pretty much how good is your controller in open loop. If you don't have an incredibly good open loop controller, you have not built a good model of the car. Whereas when we're driving on city streets at 30 miles an hour, our controller can be so sloppy, who cares? You're going 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much linear at that kind of speed. Yeah,
it's all linear, exactly. Yeah, our tire model, we have like one tire stiffness parameter that like it's all just a fudge factor.
Exactly.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
OpenPILE's performance is limited by that.
By the way, that's why we also started developing our own simulators, because simulators like Carla and stuff like that are mostly made for like city driving autonomous vehicle development. They are not really capable for what we are doing. So we were also trying some racing simulators, but they've got other disadvantages. Where actually we ended up with starting developing our own simulator. It actually has capabilities both for racing and autonomous driving, just because no one does that, unfortunately.
I mean, do you have to like go beyond bicycle models?
Yes. Why not? Because actually, that's why we also invited lots of universities, because universities may bring some out of the box approaches, for that kind of stuff, instead of more kind of conservative automotive companies.
Yeah, I mean, we barely even care. we were just talking yesterday about how our controller doesn't even model slip. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like we control to yaw rate. We have some function that turns yaw rate into steering angle, and it's vaguely speed dependent, but we're not doing a lot to model so cars have obviously a forward velocity, but cars also have a sideways velocity when you're going around a turn. And in OpenPILE we can kind of say it's zero. But in a race, you can. I mean, that's all about. Otherwise, if you want to assume it's zero, then in a race, why would you slow down for a turn, right?
Right. So George, do you think like this, you could advance your system? I mean, anything that you could benefit from Roborace? I mean, it's all open source, right? You see the pros and cons of open source versus a closed system. This could be a perfect example of that. And I mean, sorry, we only got a minute left, so just to give you a heads up.
Yeah. Like the way I would think about it is, how much does most human drivers drive on the roads and have never been on a track in their lives? So I mean, the overlap is really incredibly similar with human driving skill, right? You do not need any track experience. You need no understanding. Most humans drive cars and have no understanding that when you hit the brakes, the weight's transferred to the front wheel and you can steer better, right? Like
right.
But
the humans that do drive on the track, one would argue that they do get better skilled. So, yeah.
But it doesn't matter. The driving on the roads problem has almost nothing to do with that. Cool. So yeah, I think there's.
Sorry to interrupt you, George, but I think we just ran out of time. So my apologies. Would love to keep
that
going.
interesting moment, it's such a pity. Because
the
conversation has just started.
Okay, but sorry, gotta go, guys. But thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully, you can find George on his channel as well. Bye, peace.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
we can divide the many worlds around us into either real or virtual. How these two can merge together has become one of the key questions of the 21st century. Whether it's a heads-up display and a pair of glasses showing you the way home, or a group of people meeting up online as VR avatars of themselves, we are constantly fusing ourselves into these different worlds. Roborace is launching into this blend with their own metaverse. New for season beta, Roborace has the ability to create virtual objects, events, and conditions on track, which the real-life autonomous cars will have to adjust to whilst racing. These might be walls to avoid or tokens to collect. They could be weather conditions the cars must consider, or boost points that allow a real-life increase in speed. They can even be virtual cars suddenly appearing on track to compete against. The groundbreaking element of this all-new software platform is that it allows you, the viewer, to see these virtual objects and conditions on track together with the race cars in real time. So you're able to see what the AI driver is experiencing and how it chooses to react. The next stage of the metaverse is allowing you, the audience, to challenge the AI drivers. You'll be able to place the virtual objects, change the conditions, and directly influence the competition. You can play the race.
Now time for our penultimate team of round 3, who are probably just waking up and logging on, to be honest. It's Team MIT Driverless.
One of the new kids on the block. This team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT for short, make their Roborace debut at season beta. Although new to Roborace, they already have some hard-won experience, taking 3rd place during the German leg of the Formula Student Driverless Circuit 2019 and 2nd place during the Italian leg. Fielded from one of the top-ranked universities in the United States, there is every chance this charismatic team could surprise the status quo. Can MIT Driverless create a shock win in their first Roborace competition?
So that's a short insight into MIT Driverless, but to delve a little deeper now, I'm delighted to be joined by team member Prab Tripathi. Hey Prab, good to see you. You've got your MIT hoodie on, you're ready to rep now and do the university proud. How are you guys feeling ahead of this one?
Thanks, man. Yeah, it feels great. It feels great to be part of MIT and part of Driverless. We are very excited for the upcoming race. We had a learning from our last event when we have successfully implemented a lot of things, and we look forward to completion of a full lap, full race with maximum performance and maintaining absolute safety.
We've seen already, Prab, I don't know how much action you've been able to see from Bedford Autodrome, but there's been some drama. Everybody always feels optimistic before it starts, but Roborace has a habit of throwing a few unexpected things up. How's planning been going for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the challenge behind such a global racing championship that is so upcoming, right? So in terms of planning, we have successfully implemented our Spline Racer, which is a secret little sauce to avoid obstacles while collecting collectibles across the race. We have parallelly improved our controls thanks to our controls team, which would make sure that we can extract the maximum performance from DevBot. So we would be racing really well while dodging the metaverses along the way.
Sounds really interesting, and it sounds like you've got some cool stuff for us today. Then I tell you what, one of the other things that we're really enjoying, obviously you guys are all about the tech and we're all about the entertainment as well. We're liking this rivalry between you guys and CMU. Have you got one eye on the competition with those guys this weekend again?
I mean, not exactly per se. Since we are the late comers to the championship, we are sort of focused on making sure we onboard to the race and adapt to this nice mix between virtual reality and autonomous racing. As of now, our goal is to make sure that we finish the full race with a higher podium position compared to the last event that we raced, and slowly we want to start improving in terms of other teammates, other teams, and improve, try to beat them along the way.
Well, probably, as you said, for such a new team, we were all really impressed by what you guys managed to do at Thruxton, and we can't wait to see what you've got in store for us today. The best of luck to you all.
Thanks, man. We are excited as well.
We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. See you after the race.
Well, guys, always great to speak to MIT. They're such a dynamic young team. They're very new to this championship, and they had their troubles at Thruxton, and didn't they? They had the problems in round one, but I think they picked up a fourth place in round two. They made a big turnaround in 24 hours there. And I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to hearing about all these new features that Prab was saying there that they've brought to Bedford.
Yeah, they're one of those teams that I was really excited to see today, to see what step they've made forwards, and I think they will have made a step forward. The other thing that's happened, of course, is that some of the teams that they were fighting with last time have almost taken a step backwards, and they've had some problems today. So if MIT can have a problem-free run, they should be able to get up there and maybe fight for a top two. Last time at Thruxton, though, Matt, one of the real entertaining factors of that event was this fight between MIT and CMU. And remember, CMU got the better of them by 3/100ths of a second in round two. It couldn't have been any closer, could it? Now, they were fighting for fourth place then, but with other people's problems today, could that end up being the fight for victory? We'll find out soon.
Well, it's at the very least, Rich, going to be a fight for second place, which, as we know now, is where the points are. So, that just adds an extra little bit of spice to this battle, doesn't it? And these final two runs that we're going to see today.
I think this team are quietly confident as well. They keep mentioning, don't they, Spline Racer. This is this algorithm which they have developed to try and get the most optimal line of racing they can possibly do. Because I actually got to speak to another member of their team last week, I think it was, Kylie Ying. She's one of the members of their team as well, and she was telling me a little bit more about it. I'm not going to give too much detail away because she kind of saw me to secrecy, but they were really confident. This is something that they think only them as a team have figured out at the moment, and let's see if it works today. So it's basically meaning they can have the perfect racing line to obviously manage to get as many of the objects they can collect as possible, avoid the objects in their path. Obviously, that's the most important part of this as well, because 5 seconds, isn't it, if you hit an obstacle, and 1 second if you collect an object. That's what's happening this time around. It's a bit of a tongue twister for me to say sometimes. So many elements of the entire thing, but better racing lines is what they are after as a team. They're obviously taking a little bit of time, aren't they, at the moment? This is where they download their AI driver into the car. We're not sure why it takes some teams a little bit longer than it does others. I'm sure Arrival Racing, because they've been around for so long, have it perfected, don't they? Yep, input it really easily into the car. Very slick procedure for them now, but we're just waiting a little bit on MIT to see what they have. I'm excited for this one, boys.
Yeah, do you know what's really interesting what you said there, Rich? Sorry, Andy, but I mean, I'm sure you're looking at this as well. Where we're used to working on very well established, very well developed motorsport series like Superbikes, MotoGP, and touring cars, GT racing for yourself, Andy, where we see, not only do we see very incremental improvements in terms of the technology on the machines on show, but in some cases we see them capped and limited. So, you know, we don't see much change at all. So for any team to make a difference in those championships, you're always talking about marginal gains. The beauty of Roborace right now at this early stage of development, and as it continues over the next couple of years, is we're going to see things like this spline racer. We're going to see teams come up with something completely new that's going to completely raise the bar. And just because a team might struggle one week, or they might be at the bottom of the championship throughout an entire season, there's nothing to say that they can't come up with something other. They're not working on something that's going to go boom, raise the bar, as I said, and set a new standard within the championship. So, you know, that's one of the fascinating things, I think, from a sporting perspective, that this championship has at such an early stage.
Yeah, I think most teams, yeah, for sure. I mean,
Rich.
most teams, and I think it was CMU who possibly said this, they said their long-term goal is to outdrive a human. I mean, if that happens, that's just going to be incredible. So the AI is more intelligent than a human. And then all these guys are saying we may not then have a job. So that's kind of the problem we face, isn't it? That the AI becomes so intelligent that everybody here in this production no longer has a job. That wouldn't be great, but obviously we'd love to see great things happening on Roborace. Andy, sorry.
Well, if we keep putting the curse on the teams, I don't think we'll have a job anyway. I think we don't need to worry about that too much at the moment, do we? But yeah, they've that spline system, and we can see here one of the goals that they really had for this event was to increase their speed and interaction with the metaverse. That's kind of what that spline technology aims to do. To Matt's point, we do see teams make a big jump forward from round to round. You know, it's not just, they're not looking for hundredths and tenths of a second from round to round. They're looking for minutes in some cases. You know, we actually saw at Thruxton some teams improved by several minutes over the course of 24 hours. So some of the technology they're working on, like the spline technology, we talk about that as being, oh yeah, they've been away, they've worked on it, they've improved on it. That's 2,000 lines of computer code. You know, that's not an overnight job. And yet they are producing this remarkably quick turnaround in this technology that honestly, you could talk to me about it for a week solid and I wouldn't understand even half of it, you know, and yet they're getting in there, they're writing this code, they're improving their software, and they're doing it all so quickly, and we're watching them and judging them and commenting on it, and we're broadcasting it to the world. You know, they're learning on the fly, and I'm just so impressed with what these teams are doing.
So slight delay there, but MIT Driverless out onto track now. Incidentally, the delay there was due to an error with the car that was showing up that it wasn't ready when evidently it was, and vice versa. But just to make sure, Reese is going to stay in the car for this 6-lap run, and hopefully there'll be no further glitches for MIT. But guys, as we were saying before, the DevBot nowhere near its limit yet in the opening 2 rounds. We know that there is so much room for progress in this championship, and we're about to see MIT Driverless ready now to take another step closer to that limit. This is going to be really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, and you might notice they're still in the SIT car as well, because the Roborace's original DevBot had those problems, didn't it? So we're still out on track with this red and white livery of the SIT car, which is quite exciting to see as well, because so far they've been performing, well, they performed brilliantly and are topping the table. So yeah, let's see how MIT get on in this car.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Well, this is an important run then for MIT. It could be their chance to score some points this week in round number 3 of season beta, because we've seen 2 teams already run into trouble that has meant they couldn't complete their run. Team Pisa, first of all, and then perhaps most notably, Arrival Racing. The championship leaders will not complete this 3rd round of the championship. They'll be back tomorrow, though, to try and do a little bit better. For now, it's down to MIT Driverless then, located in Massachusetts in America. Started only a couple of years ago, 2018, the team were created, a 3-person team back then. They were actually the first ever team to enter into the Formula Student Driverless competition. There are now more than 30 team members, and all of them will be waiting with bated breath to see if they can get through these 6 laps cleanly. In fact, you can see a handful of the team members there on the Roborace monitors in the pit garages as they watch the car make its final preparations, I should say, for the 6-lap run. Last time out at Thruxton, they didn't complete their full run on day 1, but on day 2 they did. They finished 4th with 20 collectibles and 16 obstacles hit, but we have seen every team so far perform better on the metaverse front. So every team that has gone out there, even if they haven't completed all 6 laps, they have been able to incorporate the metaverse a little bit better into their strategy. So MIT, I'm sure, will have been able to do the same. Their spline system that we spent a bit of time discussing just now will certainly help them with that. And if they've developed a system that works better than the other teams, that could be the difference between finishing inside the top 2 and out of it, or perhaps even going for the race victory. Remember, at the top of the table at the moment are Team Acronis SIT Racing Autonomous with a total time of 7 minutes 16.0. That was a clear time of 8 minutes and 44 seconds of time taken off because of the metaverse collectibles. So that is the target for MIT Driverless. How close they can get to it, though, we'll find out hopefully within the next 10 minutes or so. Reese still in the car. He's seen an awful lot of the Bedford Autodrome's North Circuit over the course of the last few hours. He will stay in the car, as we were saying, for these 6 laps, just in case there are any problems. It was a bit weird, that issue they had in the garage. Basically, the car status kept flashing between ready and not ready, and they weren't entirely sure why. And then it, as so often is the case with anything computerized, I find, it will just inexplicably fix itself. And it did. So they have taken advantage of that and sent the car on its way, but they're just going to keep the safety driver in just in case the car runs into any more difficulties. But it's completed its installation lap. Looks like it is in autonomous mode now. And it starts, it goes, off it goes, the car starts moving. And this is it then. MIT Driverless picked to the track. Their first of 6 laps. This the first free lap. No. It doesn't take to the track, it takes back to the pit garages. So settle down, everyone. They've still got time to get the run underway, but there was obviously something that they weren't happy with, and so Reese has actually driven the car back to the garage, and just like that, they're tucked away again indoors, and they can try and diagnose the problem. So that's their first attempt scratch then, and we'll try and find out for you whether or not they can get out there for a second attempt. They have time and the rules allow them to do so, but they've got to try and find out what the problem is first of all. So it's been another one of those days today, hasn't it? A bit like the first day at Thruxton, where the teams have had a few teething troubles, but they really seemed to learn from that last time out. And when we came back for day 2, they were all able to get out there and complete their laps. So hopefully, similar story this week at Bedford. It's another double header, round 3 today, round 4 tomorrow. And so the teams that are having problems today have another stab at this with exactly the same number of points on offer for round 4 in 24 hours' time. So the car back in the garage then, MIT are on the case, and hopefully they'll get the car back underway very soon.
Hey guys, this is Saf. Welcome back to our live segment today. Well, right now we got Jeremy Howard, so super excited to talk to him. He's the founder of fast.ai, and we're going to talk a little bit about AI with him today. So, hey, Jeremy, how you doing today?
Hey there, Saf. Great to be here.
Awesome, happy to have you, man. So you basically worked in AI for a long time, and fast.ai. I saw online they even have like these free classes that developers can do. Looks super awesome. So can you tell me a little bit more about like how you got involved in this, and what's the driving force? Like, were you trying to solve a problem or something, or what's the background there?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I've been involved in kind of machine learning and deep learning and AI for, gosh, nearly 30 years now. And I got involved because I got really excited about the power of data to help me solve problems. And then I got particularly excited when I discovered that computers can kind of help do that for you. So back 25 years ago or so, I started using neural networks. And pretty much ever since then, I've been trying to figure out how to use data to help solve problems. And I find that with that and with machine learning, I can do stuff that I never thought was possible.
So give us some examples of like some of these problems that you've solved with your
Yeah,
with
sure.
technology.
So in particular, nowadays, I focus on a particular technology called deep learning, which powers like maybe most of the advances you see in AI nowadays. So when you're talking to Siri or Google Assistant, that's using deep learning. When your Apple Photos is telling you which pictures are of your daughter, that's deep learning. And when you're using an autonomous vehicle and it's figuring out whether it's about to run into a pedestrian, that's using deep learning as well. So this deep learning technology, it's incredibly powerful and it's used all over the place, and I started getting particularly involved in that because I realized it could kind of take over a lot of things that we're doing, and it could make a huge chasm between the haves and the have-nots, those who can use AI and those who can't. So I started this self-funded research lab and teaching lab called fast.ai to try to make sure that everybody can access artificial intelligence technology so that chasm would actually be closed up and more people would have opportunities.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think more people should know about this, especially that you have these classes are open to anybody. So I'm kind of curious about this other problem, or this is actually more of a solution, but with the transfer learning and how it differs to deep learning, because especially as related to Roborace, because there's not only so many miles they can do with get so much data with these cars, right?
Well, essentially, transfer learning is a big solution to the question of how do we make artificial intelligence more accessible. If using neural networks and AI requires huge amounts of data and huge amounts of compute, then it's only going to be available for the hands of kind of some really elite few. So basically, though, it turns out you don't need that much data and you don't need that much compute because you can use a really cool trick. Basically, a neural network, when it starts out normally, it's totally random. It's like a randomly wired brain, if you like. So it can't do anything at all. And so then you have to show it like millions and millions of images, hundreds of millions of times, or sentences or documents or whatever. And eventually it can learn to do something useful. But of course, real brains don't work that way, right? When a human appears in the world as a baby, we can already breathe, we can see, we can drink breast milk. Animals don't start out empty. And so transfer learning uses that. What we do is we say, oh, somebody over there has already created a neural network that solves a somewhat similar problem to mine. And oh, that's cool. They put it up on the internet for anyone to use for free. So you download it, and then you do something called fine tuning, which is to make it work a little bit better for your problem. This is really important in autonomous driving because it means that you can get started and make a really good autonomous driving piece of software without needing millions of miles of data, which you would otherwise require.
I love that. And that's going to help so many people. And so that brings us to our next segment where we're going to do some truth or myth, a little game that we got planned for you. So
all right.
Yeah, we got a few questions and we'll see what's true and what's myth. So I think they're going to queue up the questions on the screen so we can see them. But the first one we got here, from what I can see, is AI equals machine learning. Is that true or false?
Machine learning is a way to do AI. So machine learning is a particular way to create something like an artificial intelligence by giving it lots and lots of examples of what you want and having it figure it out. So it learns rather than being programmed. And that's just one way to do AI, but it's a really, really important way.
Okay, very cool. Thank you. And then the next one is deep learning means computers can think for themselves.
Impossible to know. From a philosophical point of view, saying this is somebody who studied philosophy, it's actually impossible to know whether anybody or anything can think for itself. They can claim that they can, and we can say you can't. There are certainly a lot of limits in what deep learning can do today, but whether we'll ever know, is it thinking for itself? It's actually impossible to answer.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same question: does it have feelings, right? So that's not on the list, but
or does it understand,
similar,
or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the next question: AI can be 100% objective.
Absolutely not. As I build an AI algorithm, I'm making decisions all along about what data to use and how to pre-process it and how to train my model and then how to incorporate that into a product and then what feedback loops to use and where to include a human in the process and so forth. So AI is part of creating what we call data products, which are products that use data and computers to help people make decisions. Humans, unfortunately, tend to assume that these kinds of things are more objective and more believable, but actually they're full of biases and inconsistencies and hidden problems we don't even know about. So it's really, really important to have humans involved throughout the process.
Definitely. And that brings me to my last question is some people might be concerned that AI are going to take over all our jobs, all the human jobs. True or false?
They could take away most of the jobs we have today. When computers get to the point where they have, can do intellectual tasks as well as we can for nearly all intellectual tasks, then 80% of America's jobs are in the service industry. They could pretty much all go. But there'll be other things to do, but it does mean, that there's going to be a huge transition period. And so we're going to pretty much need things like a universal basic income and stuff like that to ensure that humanity can make this transition without huge social costs.
Wonderful. Well, thanks so much, Jeremy. I think that's all we have time for right now, but it's been wonderful chatting with you and chatting with all the guests. We're closing up the segment, so we're going to go to a commercial now, and we'll be back tomorrow, though. So don't forget, please ask questions in the Twitch chat, and we'll hopefully get to answer some more tomorrow. So thanks, guys. Peace.
Roborace Season Beta is a time challenge event. Each team downloads their AI racing driver into a DevBot 2.0 and from a standing start must complete 6 laps in the fastest time possible. The car will initially hold within a staging area 2 meters behind the start line. There will be a 10-second countdown to lights out and go. Once it launches over the start line for the very first time, the lap timer will start. Because the challenge is to complete all 6 laps in the quickest total time, there is no benefit to setting one ultra-fast lap. The teams must program their AI to run at maximum attack every single lap to stand a chance of winning the competition. You'd think that would be enough of a challenge for 2020, but for Season Beta, the teams will face an even greater test. Virtual objects will be placed on track, some that need collecting, some that need avoiding. Where these objects are placed and what type are totally unknown to the participating teams and the racing dev bots and are set by race control. The following bonuses and penalties will apply. The team gets -1 second to the current lap time for any bonus objects struck by the car. 5 seconds are added to the lap time for any penalty objects that are hit. And don't forget, a DevBots run will be voided if it moves outside the course limits at any time. The team that sets the fastest total time for the 6 laps will win the round.
Well, we've had no shortage of drama or surprises so far at round 3 of the Roborace Season Beta Championship. And we're not done yet. Our 6th and final team due to take to the track today were Carnegie Mellon University, but we're just hearing that unfortunately CMU are not going to be able to run today. We've been told that their ADS software is not ready to run. I can bring in team coach for CMU, Jimmy Herman, right now to talk us through this. First of all, Jimmy, commiserations. You guys must be really frustrated and disappointed at this turn of events. Just explain what's going on for us, would you?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we want to be on the track and competing. Kind of the reality is that we're taking a little bit of a shift in kind of how we're approaching the problem, or we've been taking this shift for a while, but there's a big difference between an autonomous car and a self-learning car, and we're kind of going towards the latter. So unfortunately, we just haven't bridged that gap from simulator to reality yet. So while our car is driving in the simulator, we just haven't made it as far as we need to be to do testing on the track and to get that on the real track. But we're very excited about our agent. As I mentioned, it's learned to drive from scratch. So, and we think that that approach will become increasingly valuable kind of as these competitions get more and more difficult. So yeah, as much as we want to be on the track today, the reality is that we haven't gotten quite as far as we want to yet, but we're looking forward to that in the future.
Okay, so you guys are very much playing the long game at the moment then, Jimmy, but how close were you actually to being ready to get out there today? Was it a close run thing?
We didn't think today was going to be super realistic, so I guess it's not a huge surprise internally for us. We've been very excited about some of the internal results we're seeing, but just because we're really taking an approach that isn't to our knowledge, nobody's really taking this approach at this scale. And this is a very difficult problem to solve from a research perspective. So, and from an engineering perspective as well. So yeah.
Well, you're not the only team to have run into some issues, if you want to call it that, I guess. I mean, several of the teams actually, Jimmy, have struggled to get their software into the car and make it work, or make that transition, as you said, from the simulator to the track in round 3. I don't know if that's any consolation to you at all at this stage.
Well, I would say that it's very difficult. What we're doing is what all the teams are facing is a very, very difficult self-driving cars, particularly at these speeds. I mean, these are real feats of engineering, and it's just not a surprise to me that it's very difficult to get on the track. But when teams do get on the track, it's very exciting, and it should be because of how difficult it is, and that's partially what makes Roborace so unique, is that we're doing things that are very, very difficult, and that's fun and exciting, and really pushing the boundaries and seeing what's possible. And I think that's kind of what Roborace is all about. So as much as it's not fun to ride kind of some of the lower points, it just makes those higher points that much higher, and it's still fun to be a part of. And for our team and for other teams, we're just going to keep plugging away, and we'll make things happen. It's just you got to learn what were the mistakes we made, why aren't we where we would like to be, or and you gotta address those things and move on. So.
Okay, well, certainly none of us are underestimating the size of the challenge that you guys are taking on here, Jimmy, or the amount of effort that you're putting in. Just a really quickly final word, are we going to see you out there tomorrow? Are we still hoping to see that?
No, I don't think tomorrow's realistic for us. I think we will be releasing some demonstrations of some of the research we've been doing outside of competition, but tomorrow's not looking likely.
Okay, well, that's a real shame, Jimmy. We really enjoy having you guys competing out on track, and we really look forward to seeing that in the near future anyway.
Absolutely. Thanks, Matt.
Take care.
Bye.
Well, really good of Jimmy to talk to us there. Obviously, lots of work going on at Carnegie Mellon University at the moment, and lots to look forward to, it sounds like, as well, Rach, although that may not be for tomorrow by the sounds of it.
I know, when you asked that final question, you should have seen my face, the shock on it. I was like, what? You're not competing tomorrow either? Like, these guys are full of life, aren't they? They're such characters in Roborace. It's so disappointing that Jimmy and his team, aren't going to be part of it potentially tomorrow as well. And especially because, we know a bit about Jimmy's history, and he's, this super competitive athlete. He even got a shot at playing in the NFL. So we must feel for him at how he feels right now that he actually can't compete in tomorrow's races either. But that does mean that 4 teams DNF'd this time out in round 3. It was similar to what happened in round 1. Maybe it's because they're really starting to push the boundaries even further now in season beta. I think we can have a quick look at how that table does stand after round 3. So like I said, only 2 teams actually completing the 6 laps, and that is Acronis SIT Autonomous at the top of the table there, and ARG Autonomous Racing Graz. And obviously they were a little bit slower because they'd implemented that new ADS system, and they actually had a cap, didn't they, of 50 kph, and they had Reese Smith, the safety car driver, in the car for the entirety of it. But that does obviously leave them 7 minutes or so behind a Acronis SIT Autonomous. But yeah, 4 teams did not finish today. We hope that will change tomorrow in round 4.
Well, we're joined now by Chip Pankow, the Chief Championship Officer for Roborace. Hey, Chip.
Hey, man.
Once again, a bit like round 1 at Thruxton, a real kind of a bittersweet day, I suppose, in lots of ways. We've seen all the teams pushing the boundaries once more with a varying degree of results.
Yeah, it was a tricky one. It just goes to show how hard this is, and there's still a lot of work to do. So even the best teams can encounter issues, but a good competition. It is all about learning, and I think everybody came away learning new things about what they can do and what they can't do today.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. And have you actually had a chance, Chip, to speak to any of the teams right now? Because I know after we spoke to Alexi of Arrival and Prab of MIT, they were both kind of saying that they thought the issues weren't on their side of things, and possibly from Roborace's side of things. And I did say to them, I'd get an answer from them. Any thoughts on those 2 teams' performances today?
Yeah. I mean, we're kind of digging into both cases. On the Arrival one, it does look like it was an issue on our side. The MIT one, and still have to meet with engineering on that one and debrief it thoroughly. But yeah, we had our fair share of problems today as well.
What impressed you most today, Chip? We saw some new technology out there. We saw obviously ARG do really well after quite a disappointing first couple of rounds for them. Well, what stood out for you?
Yeah, for me, it's progress. More than anything else, what we want to see in season beta is the teams continually getting better. I mean, if there's a small technical glitch, whether it be on Roborace's side or the team side, that's one thing. So those things can be fixed. But they're actually taking big steps forward in what they're able to do from a software standpoint. So that's the most encouraging thing. This is still season beta. It's still a development season for us. So it might not all look as pretty as it could look right now, but this is kind of the hard part where you take big steps. So if they're constantly learning and we have small issues, that's good. If they're not learning and we have big issues, that would be even worse. So I'm actually, not a perfect show today, but everybody's progressing the way they need to be. So that's good.
I guess, Chip, that's exactly what CMU are doing, aren't they? And Jimmy, he said he obviously didn't get his team out on track today. We might not see them tomorrow either, because they're in it for the long game, aren't they? They really want to push the boundaries in what's possible in AI, which is super exciting, and they want to get it right.
Yeah, but they better bring it pretty soon, though. There is no substitute for getting out there and seeing how you stack up against your competitors. So we look forward to seeing all these things that they're working on. I mean, the things they're working on are truly exciting. But we want to see them out there on the track.
Yeah, and we're really looking forward to doing that, hopefully soon. Should we bring our winners in, Chip? Because they were viral sensations after the first round at Truxton for maybe the wrong reasons, or maybe the reasons that they wouldn't have liked. And I don't want to remind Ilya about that again. Ilya, sorry to bring that up. Today is all about your success. You must be really pleased with how round 3 has gone.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. So to be honest, it's quite a mixed feeling for me and for the team, because from one side we got the first place, but from other side we didn't see. We cannot compare our software with other teams. We can only compare our progress since comparing with the first round and with the second round. I think we did quite a good progress, and now we showed a good, stable result. So I'm quite happy, but from other side, I a bit mixed, because we didn't see other teams' performance in a good level.
Yeah, but obviously you can only beat who's out there and performing on the day. I know you guys really set high standards for yourselves, but obviously you have to take the wins when you get them. But tomorrow, what can we see from you and the team? What are you going to bring tomorrow?
So right now we're analyzing our run, and we're analyzing which obstacles did we hit and which collectibles did we collect, and in where we can do better. So probably there will be slight improvements comparing for tomorrow, comparing with today's run. So we'll see. So we are trying to be better each round.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you guys bring tomorrow, Ilya, and hopefully you'll have some stiffer competition out on the track. But you are the round 3 winner, so we'll hand it over to Chip to do the honors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I always love a story of redemption. And you guys have done that. I mean, I can only imagine how hard you've worked between the last round and this round, and it paid off. So congratulations. You get the first place trophy, season beta trophy. So we will get that to you. Couldn't make me happier to see anyone get it. So congratulations, and I'm sure that Arrival and the other teams will be gunning for you tomorrow. More than ever, and that's what I really like about this doubleheader format is that it allows everyone to kind of go back and figure things out, and we can all fix our problems and hopefully come up with a better strategy. So look forward to seeing what happens. I hope we meet again here tomorrow, but it should be a good race. So congratulations, we're really happy for you, really pleased.
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Ilya. So a shot of redemption then tomorrow, and I guess that's what it's all about, Chip.
It is. Yeah, it's great to see.
Well, thanks for that, Chip, and congratulations once again to Ilya and to the whole of the team. You guys get some rest now. We're looking forward to seeing you back on track tomorrow for round 4, but for round 3, that's a wrap. Rich, Andy, season beta has thrown up so many surprises already this year. Plenty more to come, I'm sure, but what a day that was.
Oh my goodness, for sure. I mean, I was so surprised the fact that CMU said they weren't going to go out on track today and may not go out on track either tomorrow. Chip wasn't best pleased with that though, was he? But yeah, my face kind of, I guess, can't lie the expression. So I'm very happy that it wasn't on camera throughout the entire day because my facial expressions were something to be desired. Anyway, moving on slightly, I was also super happy about SIT. I mean, great job they did. I think I'm a true Brit for the fact that I love an underdog story. Anyone that does not so good in the first round and comes back and performs like they did, I mean, yeah, give them a big round of applause. They were brilliant.
How about you, Andy? What did you enjoy today?
Yeah, Rach. Well, if you like an underdog, then I think tomorrow you're going to have plenty to choose from, aren't you? Because a lot of teams had some issues today. You know, this is a challenging production to put together, and we know that better than anyone, perhaps. So, you know, there are going to be technical problems, going to be things that don't quite go to plan. But the teams last time, they learned from day one. They picked up things overnight, it seemed, and fixed them. And got out there in day two and did a much better job. So I'm sure we'll see the same from them tomorrow.
We're all learning, and now we just need Rach to check in with the blue and black colour code. Andy, we'll all get on board eventually, and this will be a smooth operation by the end of season beta. Guys, great. Sorry, Rach. Great to have your company as always. Looking forward to seeing what tomorrow brings. But for now, for you guys at home, we'll leave you with highlights of the action today, and we'll look forward to seeing all you guys once again as we get underway with season beta round 4 from the Bedford Autodrome here in the UK. But for now, from all of us, we'll see you soon.